Welcome, everyone, to week 2 of the WPL Season 3. Thank you very much for being here. Hi, folks. Steven, Marty, Martinez here, back again after an exciting week 1 of WPL action. And I can already tell you I'm feeling a lot better. I was actually a little under the weather last week, so feeling a lot better. Really looking forward to the exciting action that we have going on over here. It's going to be an amazing night. Out of the gate, everyone was shooting lights out. Obviously, we've made some changes to the whole WPL structure and how we go about points, how we go about the playoffs. So that's really incentivizing the players to really push each other hard, try and really push for those points. And man, we absolutely just got spoiled with some fantastic games last week. But there was one winner. There was somebody who came out on top, and that person, man, oh man, you guys know him. Tom Curtin, look at that guy. Certainly very happy after his week 1 victory, shooting lights out, finishing that week with an 82.193 dart average. Unbelievable. Certainly had some 10-plus outshots, certainly some high scoring. But man, his record, 3-0 versus Mike Carignan in that opening game. A little tough for Mike there, but he's looking to probably bounce back and have himself a night. Hopefully see him later on in the bracket here. Then again, 3-1, Joe Ricard, and 3-1, Ron Sargent. Both of those games were spectacular. Those guys really pushing Tom to his absolute limit. In that final versus Ron Sargent, it really could have gone either way. Ron was so close to taking that second set, and who knows how things could have played out if that had happened. But here are the standings after the opening week. Tom Curtin on top of the entire board there. 5 points, 1 night win, 3 match wins, and a remarkable 6 180s after that opening week. We love to see those big ton 80s come firing in, and hopefully everybody can start to rack those up as the weeks come along here. Ron Sargent, Joe Ricard, Justin Burke rounding out that top 4 there. Berto, Mark, Rudge, Nick Soldo, Mike Carignan. Bottom 4, Berto has 1 set victory, so he's sitting in 5th place. Rudge and Nick are actually in the same place, but given this formatting and how we have to do the standings and the graphics, unfortunately Nick is in 7th there, but they are technically in the same spot. All the way at the very bottom, at risk right now after week 1 is going to be Mike Carignan, but the league, Season 3, it's still early. There's still plenty of time for these guys to rack up those points, make their stands, and certainly prove why, hey, they are some of the best players here in the greater Massachusetts area, and they deserve to be taken super serious. Let's go. We only play super serious darts here at the Worcester Premier League. So before we get into the action here, we are going to run down the need to know for Season 3 if you didn't join us last week. The nightly points still stay the same from Season 2. So night win's going to net you 5 points for winning the whole night. Second place is going to get you 3 points. Third and fourth, you are getting 2 points. There is no points for finishing 5th through 8th. So all points are critical with our revised playoff structure for Season 3. The playoffs for this season, 1st through 6th are making the playoffs. 7th and 8th do not make the playoffs. We'll get to that later. Players finishing 3rd through 6th will have to play in the first round, and there is a massive reward for getting into the 1st and 2nd position in the regular season. You get a bye into the 2nd round in a guaranteed top 4 finish. That's guaranteed prize money. It's guaranteed not having to stress nearly as much because come playoffs, anybody can beat anybody. So really just these guys are trying to do themselves some favors here and rack up those points now. They don't have to sweat it out later. Now 7th and 8th place, this is the biggest change. Players finishing in 7th and 8th place, like I said earlier, will not qualify for the playoffs. Instead, they will be seeded into the new WPL play-in tournament. This event is planned to host 12 invited challengers to compete down to 2 players. And these top 2 players will play the 7th and 8th seed players for their spot in the Worcester Premier League. This is planned to be an in-person and broadcasted event, so we're really trying to make this an absolute must-see darting event here in the Worcester area. But man, oh man, the pressure is on. Everybody's aware, and these guys, they certainly know the business, and they're trying to show each other the business here with 6 weeks of regular season play left. But before we get to that, oh, you know them, you love them. Look at these guys. We've got Berto, we've got Nick. Actually, really quick, before we get to that, need to jump over to the bracket here, get ahead of myself right here. Getting over to the bracket. There's so many buttons I got to push on these massive improvements that we made to the WPL studio. There's the button. That's what I was looking for. Week 2 bracket. In the opening game here that we're going to have on broadcast, Berto Santos taking on Nick Soldo. And after this, waiting in the wings, Justin Burke and Joe Ricard. Over on the other side of the bracket, Tom Curtin, Ron Sargent, Mark Rudge facing off against Mike Carignan. That's actually going to be a humongous game. Both guys looking for some points. That is the opportunity to rack some up on the board there. Both guys not drowning. It's still early. But, hey, if there's any opportunity to take away points, wow. Got to lock those in while you can. Hey, Tom Curtin, Ron Sargent, rematch of last week's final. Ron certainly wants to knock Tom down a couple of pegs. We'll see if he's able to do it. As those scores come in, I'll update you guys. Everybody who's joining us live, thank you very much for being here. Jump back over to board 1. There's the sure shot. Loving that orange jersey. Very much getting ready for fall here. Berto Santos rocking a fantastic jersey, 69 all the time. Definitely one of the cooler jerseys here in the area. I believe it's a Minuteman jersey. Be waiting for the final throws for these guys. Looks like they're just about ready to go here. Final fist bumps given. And now we start the whole process for the bull. Nick just wide there. Electing to pull it anyway, just giving Berto some more space. And that looks like a solid double, so he wins it. Berto wasn't even aware that he won the bull. That was a fantastic dart, Berto. You deserve to lead off. You have honors. And week 2, ladies and gentlemen, is just about to get underway. Let's see what Berto can do off the rip here. Looking for a solid start there. Might have been a 45. Unlucky deflection with those flights. I can confirm, and I have a little bit of insider information here, that Nick, unfortunately, is not throwing with his darts. I might have heard that wrong. He might be proving everybody wrong that there's nothing to worry about with the solid ton there to open up the leg. So if that's true or not, I'll have to confirm with Nick later. But if he isn't playing with his regular match darts, this is going to be a huge test for the sure shot. Not only mentally, but just mechanically. I mean, you can already see a little bit of a shake of the head there. These players get so used to things feeling a certain way, being a certain way. They have their routines. They're superstitious. Not being able to have your normal set of darts really throws a massive wrench into your whole modus operandi, order of operations for everything. Berto struggling to get off the line here to start. 3 throws in, excuse me. Not even past for the 400 mark, so long way to go, but Nick making a home for himself in those triple 20s. Solid 140 there, 121, excuse me. Dart there was just on the wire between the 20 and 1 segment. But we know Berto, we know how well this guy can throw. When he starts to get going, his motor really turns on. Scoring comes. It's just how long is he going to have to wait before that arm starts to get going? We'll certainly find out here. But Nick, 3 darts in with supposedly not his match darts and already off to a flyer. Unfortunate there with that third one, just squeaking into the 1 segment. 41 scored. Berto looking just to kind of straighten things out here. Solid visit there with that third dart, 81 punched in. So trying to catch up, trying to keep things close. Nick on a bogey number, 179. Going to start on the 19s. Try and fill it up and leave himself 8. Elects not to, under no pressure. Many ways to go in darts. And a solid 99 round there, leaving himself 80 after 5 visits to the board. So already a great start from Nick Soldo, 84 average. We'll see if that continues to hold up. And Berto just struggling to get off the line, get things going. Solid 60 there. Again, unfortunately, with these guys, you know, starting so early here, I guess early-ish, can't really get into that rhythm. These guys aren't the top level of professional players, but they get 2-3 hours to play every single day and warm up before tournaments and events. A lot of these guys coming straight from work, rushing over here, looking spiffy, smelling good, looking good, straight into their match here. So really taking advantage of these opening legs to really get that motor going, find that rhythm. Let's see if Nick can get his rhythm going with this 58 here. Wants to clean this up, has a great leg. Wants to tell Berto that not messing around this week. One scored, looking at the 17 segment, finds it, one dart at double top. And unfortunately, well high. But in the ballpark, it was straight. So we'll be coming back with 3 more darts. Double 20, Berto, 162. No out. Again, nothing really working for him here. Exploring around the board, trying to find something. Nick looking to capitalize on these errant darts here. Punch out, double 20. Wants to do it in 1. Going over to double 10. Just inside, going up to double 5. And he finds it with that third in the bottom right corner. Just barely hanging in there. Almost looked like it could have squeaked into the double 20, but Nick taking a commanding first leg there. Berto not really posing too much of a question, too much of a problem for the sure shot. Nick, unfortunate there. Might have been a deflection, might have gone a little wide, but certainly a lot closer than. Honestly, I was expecting, folks, not being able to throw your own match darts. I know for me personally, if I don't have my darts, well, I'm not really going to give the guy a game, or gal a game. Just not one of those freaks of nature that can really pick up at anything and just make it look good. And the sure shot, well, it's in his name. I mean, come on. It's almost a guaranteed good round, good throw. And that certainly was a deflection there. 45 scored. Berto wants to have a statement round here, wants to come back. And that is a great way to get that going right there. Looks like 68 scored. Indeed it is. Again, sometimes just got to find that first to find that line and follow through. Nick lining up. Unfortunate first dart there. Looking like he's going low. Finds the trip. 19. Stays on it. Looks like he might have not found that third one. 81 scored, so a great switch. Berto just low on that first one. Can he make that correction? Looks like that first one played blocker to those following darts. Again, worthwhile thinking, hey, if that first one's just below that segment, you don't have an aggressive arc on that dart, it might not be worthwhile to stay on it. Might be worthwhile just to try and test your luck, find your fortunes elsewhere, sail different seas. Starting off low, Berto trying to make those corrections. Left, right, eventually finds the center there. Only a 26 found, so neck and neck as we get down the line here. 4 rounds in, low 300s. Nick having a relatively easy time finding that 20 segment. 3 darts, 3 straight darts. What more can you ask for? I think if you ask the majority of players here in the greater Worcester area, and even New England, they will just ask for 3 straight darts, and that's a solid 140 fired in there by Berto. He's found that line. Dropping his score down to 171. The question is, can he keep up this high-powered pressure? Again, still early days here. Nick, another great switch down to that triple 19. Looks like he goes just left on that third dart. 63 found. Does have a salvageable visit, but Berto in a really good spot here to set himself up for the next visit. Fortunately, can't punch out. 171. Good third there. Errant second, but he's the first one down to an out. 90 left. Nick sitting all the way back on 189. Needs a massive visit to try and challenge, and that's a great way to get things going. Wants to go down to the 19s. Can't find the trip, but 99 is the pressure that he would have wanted to put on Berto. Berto's job is just to stay steady. Looks like 4 scored there, so 86 left. Looking at triple 18. Wanted the triple 20, but finds the trip 5, and a little bit of frustration on display early from Berto. Again, he's not missing by much. We saw that last week. Doubles, triples, all by mere millimeters. And this will not go for Nick either, so both guys just looking to correct frustration. It's a good third. Good job cleaning up that mess of a visit with those first 2 darts, leaving himself 16. Maybe scoreboard error, something wrong there. correction of the score, so 69 left, 50 remaining. Is he going to go 18 or 12? Looks like, not sure what he was going there. But he has a chance heading out here. He's going to be able to find it. Finds the double 19. No task too tall and no double too low for Berto Santos. Great find there. Double 19. Not a regular route, but as we say in darts, hey, you can get him, take him, man. Don't wait around. Just get out. Berto certainly doing very well to find that double. Again, going back to week one, opening week for Berto, was playing some phenomenal darts. Really had some fantastic visits to the board. It's just when it came down to doubles, when it came down to keeping pace, small little mistakes, small little wiggles in the throw. Very similar to that one right there. Just started to compound over time and really, really make things difficult. But Berto certainly been practicing a lot this week. Sometimes it's just a matter of not being your night. Sometimes it's finding those small imperfections in your throw, making those corrections. Nick all over the triple 20 bed. Looks like the flight had something to say on that third one. Saying again, Berto is a high-powered operator. If he can just find his rhythm, find that line. And a solid 60 there. 3 fat ones, that's all we want. 3 straight darts every single time. Can ask a lot of players. They'll take a 60 every single time. Nick going down to the 19s, trying to find something. Third time looks like unlucky there. Might have caught the trip 7. Indeed he did. 59 score. It's not a terrible round. Berto, opportunity here to leapfrog Nick. Can find something big. Unfortunate. Looks like only 55 fired in. So things relatively neck and neck here. Such a great throw from Nick. Unfortunate there with that second one. Might have cursed it. Yep, cast a curse, of course, every time I try and compliment somebody. Of course, they're cursed to perform badly live in front of everybody. I'm so sorry. Apologies, Nick, on that one. 55 fired in there from Berto. If you are just joining us late, you can see the viewer count rise steadily here with first match of the night for week 2 is going to be Berto Santos, Nick Soldo. 2 guys. Look how handsome they are on this stream display here for all of us to see. Waiting in the wings, we have Joe Ricard, Justin Burke. Both guys having phenomenal games with a lot of highlights. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed those throughout this past week. We're going to be doing more of that as the weeks go on. These guys producing highlights every single time they go up to the board. Unlucky that we're not going to see the 180 there, but the solid 140 from the sure shot fired in. Beautiful stuff there, dropping his score down to 156. So he's in range, and Berto looking to follow. Can he find the big 140 of his own? Tries to go down to find that trip 19. Can only find the single. So 99 punched in. Both guys in range. Nick a little bit further out. Engineers having to calibrate for a further target. Looks like that's barely hanging in there. Oh, and it's just wide. How awesome would that have been? Solid 120 scored there, leaving himself 36. And Berto, no finish from 102. 82 left. Probably going to go for trip 14 to leave himself. Nope, instead goes for the 100. So leaving himself 22. No double too strange for Berto. Nick just wide on that opening one. Looks like he makes the correction. He finds that double with the second dart there. Solid leg of darts from both guys. Really amping it up there at the end. Came down to just chances, chances, chances. And that's the one thing that separates these guys from a lot of the other players here in the region is sometimes it takes a couple rounds for some players to get out. These guys, if you give them a sniff, they'll take it the first time lucky. They certainly won't be waiting for long. Unfortunate 22. Unfortunate open there from Berto. So we watch these guys knock down their scores. Hey, big shout out and thank you to our sponsors. U.S. Sports and Apparel, Tee-Up Tap Room, Balboni Darts. You can see the little box there in the bottom left corner. All of them have been absolutely phenomenal to work with. They are wonderful local businesses here in the greater Worcester area. They certainly service the larger New England darting community. So if you have some time, definitely go check them out. Check out their socials, check out their websites. Great third dart there from Nick. Again, they are supporters of the WPL, and without them, none of this would be possible. So please send them some love. Berto looking to send some love down to Nick's corner of the woods there. Only 85, but still a solid throw there. Nick looking to respond here with a big visit of his own. Throwing actually considerably well, given that, again, he might not have his regular match darts with him. This is for everybody who was watching from Season 2. Nick actually used quite a few sets of darts. Eventually found his way to a set that he did like, but he has been known to switch it up from time to time. Modern day Peter Wright. I guess that's not the correct thing to say because Peter Wright's still around, but local Peter Wright Light, I guess, can make anything look good, throw good. You could probably attach a flight to a rock and have it find its way home into the triple 20 bed. Maybe we'll do that for a special mid-season event. We'll just have everybody throw rocks at the dartboard. Oh, solid 100 there from Berto, dropping his score down to 213. So these guys not really giving each other a lot of space here. Unfortunately, just wide there from Nick. Going down to that triple 19 for the correction. Again, Nick has been looking for that big switch, and he has found it on a couple occasions here. Some players are very, very reluctant to switch, given that, well, sometimes it just works out like that. Great ton there from Berto, dropping his score down to 113. First one out and out. Nick working with 185, so can only set up. Berto, big opportunity to level the legs here, level the set. Berto will have the throw in this final leg if it does go the distance, so needs to capitalize, needs to take advantage now. Can only set up just barely, not finding that trip 19, only finding that trip 7 with that third dart. 66 remaining, and Nick, a very gettable 128. Let's see what he can do. Leaving himself 110, triple 20 needed, just to the left. You can see it in the face there of Nick. Oh, and he wouldn't have hit the bull anyway, but man, it was still close on the second and third dart. 58 punched in. 66 for Berto. 56 remaining. Can either go 16 or 20. Finds the big 16. One dart at tops. And well low by quite a margin there. So inviting trouble from Nick. Nick, a big opportunity to take this opening set. Finds the first one. Needs to make that correction. And he goes just high. Both darts knocking on the door of double 20. And Berto needs to find this double 10. Going up to double 5. And well wide again. Unfortunate dart. So Nick, big opportunity. Missed it the first time around. Can he find it on this second go? Double 20. Just high. He finds the correction there. Great darts there from Nick, even having to check. We can see it from the WPL studio camera there. That thing's in there, Nick. Sure shot darts. Making sure that it was there. And a solid set there from Nick Soldo, taking the opening. Just about a 60 average, and that is the standard here. Everybody hovering around that 60-plus range. Guys like Ron Sargent, Tom Curtin, Joe Ricard, mid to high 70s for most of those games. But everybody else certainly rising to the occasion. 81 punched in. Great way to get going here for Berto. That's the one thing about these guys is not only are they great competitors, they're also great friends. You get that added aspect of, well, hey, I see you all the time, and I kind of want to kick your butt every now and again. That's a solid 140. So they will play up to the challenge. They'll play up to each other, and that's also how these guys are most of the time anyway. Berto is certainly finding his rhythm. 83 found. Solid start here from both guys. Anytime you can get beneath 300 after 3 visits, That's a pretty good leg of darts that you have going. Looks like he finds the third with that correction. Unsure, can't see. And unfortunately, incorrect is me. 24 only found there for the sure shot. But Berto starting to hammer, starting to find that red bit there. We'll see if he can continue that momentum and build. Already a set down here. It's a race to 3, so still plenty of time. But, again, you don't want to wait around too long. Solid 3 there from Nick. Brizzle says, what's up in the chat? Hope you're doing well, Brizzle. Thank you for being here week after week. Appreciate you, brother. Berto, again, just finding those straight darts. Again, 60 every single time we go to the board. Just keep them straight. Don't invite problems. Don't invite questions. Don't make yourself think in darts. Everything should be smooth, natural. Great third there from Nick. Again, those switches are just automatic, it seems, down to that 19 segment of the board. First one to an out, 154. Berto needs to find something to get down to an out. Should find another there. 85. So a little bit better than Nick, but Nick, first one, first look. Starting off with those 19s. Won't go. Looks like he wanted at least 76 there, but fortunately finds his way into the 3 segment and the 6, so just not a great round there from the sure shot. What's up, Aaron? Great to see you. Hopefully you stick around and watch the entire night. These guys certainly appreciate the support. 45 punched in there from Berto. 30. Again, the camera that we have here doesn't move, so I have to guess just like you guys whenever those darts fly into the board. A little bit of a slowdown here from both guys, so Nick leaving himself 80. Berto working with 77, certainly gettable. Leaving himself, I believe, 62. Wants the big 12 here. Tried to find that triple 10 for the 32. Might not have been the correct way to go. Again, the bullseye is always an option. It's something that you don't see very often in league play. Team nights. A lot of people don't like leaving himself the big 50. But if you can push that button, hey, it's another way to get out. It's another way to win a leg. Got to try and aim for it. Leave yourself 50 if you can. Double 10. A little too early with that second one. Pulls it just inside. Great effort there from the sure shot. Got a little too eager there. But nearly made Berto pay. 15 into double 16 is the way now. Can Berto bring it home? Unfortunate there in the corner, just wide. Again, Berto has been all over these doubles, but just can't seem to find his way home. Nick working with double 5. Just high. He thought it was in. Pull back and release, and he can't find it. Leaving himself an unfortunate 5, so we'll have to make the correction next round. Berto double 8 is found there. Great first time up, first time found for Berto Santos. He has opened this set up with a commanding take there. Again, Nick actually breaking Berto's hold in the opening set. And are we going to see the big 180? Come on, Berto. No. Great effort, though. Solid 140 found. We really should put a bounty on those 180s. But if we put a bounty on those 180s, we'd probably go broke pretty quick every time Tom came up to the board. He already has 6 of those banked in. Good opening 60 there from the sure shot. Maybe one day when we get a lot more investors with heavier pockets, we can afford to do that, but maybe we'll just leave it at the 9-darter for right now. We'll put the bounty on the 9. We actually almost saw that last season. I believe actually we might have seen it. I think we got 5 darts in last week. I can't remember. I think we were about six darts in last season. Tom Curtin had a sniff at it, went up for that 3rd visit, missed it with that 7th dart, I believe, and, well, we all left very disappointed. No more so than Tom Curtin himself. He wanted that just as badly. It's so rare when you actually get to that. Berto having a fantastic leg, leaving himself 191. Nick well behind at 434. So Berto coming back with a vengeance here. Solid find there from Nick Soldo, excuse me. Berto just looking to do more of the same. Keep on marching down. Knocking that point down again. Has the effort. Has the rhythm. Now he's finding a little bit of luck, and sometimes that's just the key component that's not always under our control. Nick throwing some great darts, but the luck just not there. All over it. Looking off to the heavens. Not really getting anything back. Berto, 150 left. Looks like he finds a good correction, but there's not going to be a way out for him just yet. I'm not sure if that's a 20 or if that's a 5. Finds the 82, leaving himself 68, so a great leave there. Nick goes again all the way back at 313. Still early in this set, but it is quite the task when you find yourself down 2 legs. Berto wants to clean this up, doesn't want to even give Nick a sniff of hope. 20 found, 48 left. 8 or 16, 8 to leave top, 16 to leave double third, 16, excuse me. And again, just high by millimeters. Unfortunate there. Gets so dramatic when it's so close to the end of a leg like that. So hard to keep up. Sometimes the brain moves faster than the mouth, folks. Sorry. Thanks for hanging in there with me, trying to keep this thing on the rails here. But gosh, it's so exciting. Double 20. Going down to double 10. Come on, Berto. Pull it inside. Oh, further outside. So maybe a little bit of a slowdown needed there. Maybe a little too quick on the release. Quick draw. It's not always the preferred method. Some people can throw like that, and some people just a little bit of a breath needed. Great third there from Nick. So all of a sudden, questions, pressure, drama. Berto needs to take this out. Finds 6, so he has 14 left. Needs to find double 7. This can get awkward quickly. And again, doesn't leave himself the awkward 7. But Nick, sitting back at 1-2-2, can steal this leg out of nowhere if he finds the right combo of darts. Finds 18. Doesn't find the triple. He's looking to leave himself 50 if he hit that triple. So again, more chances here for Berto. Needs to find double 7, going straight at it. Finds it with that second one, so a little bit of a breath of relief, sigh of relief. Berto is taking a commanding 2-0 leg lead here. Nick still has the opening set, but Berto 1 leg away from tying it up. Nick finding his rhythm again. Great start with the big ton. 85. Again, these camera angles are just getting the best of me tonight, but it's all right. Still the first game of the night for me as well, folks. 45 found there for Berto, all over that triple 20 segment. Nick just looking to keep things going. Awkward first dart there. Blocks the entire triple 20 segment for our view with those white flights. Unfortunate 26. Nick frustrated with his arm. Not sure with the mechanics. Again, for everybody just tuning in, we are not sure if Nick is throwing his match darts. He communicated to that. I think he communicated that right as he got in. Discovered that he didn't have his match darts. But they look remarkably similar to ones I've seen him throw before, so it might just be mental mind games that he's playing with Berto. Solid 85 there. He's certainly throwing well enough where it's not really a consideration. Berto, great start there. Wants to fill the bet up. At least put 2 in there. And he'll have to be happy with just the ton, dropping his score down to 311. Nick, 305. Big visit here. Can certainly set him up for a lot of good. Just wants to keep hammering the 20 segment. Keep him straight, keep him steady. The sure shot finds the 60 there. So Berto has to follow with at least 60 of his own. Double checking the line there, making sure he's positioned perfectly. Can use this as a guide. Fortunately, a little bit too much of a correction there. 45 found. So Nick has the advantage. Marching down the points here. Can put himself within range if he has a good round. Needs to find a good visit here if he wants to try and catch up in the leg department. Only 4 found there. 24, rather poor visit there from the sure shot. Berto can leapfrog Nick here. Set himself up to take this set 3-0. If he finds a big visit looking for, well, even a ton wouldn't have saved him or brought him down to an out, but the 60 will do for now. Head of the sure shot. 201 remaining. 181, excuse me. And he finds that big triple to knock his score down to 1-2-1. So Berto, a lot of pressure now to try and keep up, try and follow. Wants at least another one. Well, he's able to find the ton, so 106, a little awkward. 1-2-1. Down to 101. Wants the trip 17. Can't find it, so no bullseye take here. Can only set up an unlucky third dart there, just barely wide, scraping the wire. And Berto, 106. 86 remaining, wants triple 18. He can't find it, unfortunate. Switch there over to the right-hand side. 81 remaining for Nick now. Can start mounting a comeback in this set if he's able to find this take. Only finds 7 with that first one, so 74 left. Finds the triple, double 16, and he finds it. Big 81 take. Look of disappointment on Berto's face there. He knew that he had that in the bag, and Nick fighting, clawing back, taking that away from Berto. Tremendous effort from the sure shot to claw that leg back, and again, things still look a little dire. Only 40 found for Berto on that opening visit. Still looking a little dire here for the sure shot. 2 legs to 1 down, but got to mount the comeback, got to start it somewhere, and he'll look to start it now. Berto was pushed and pushed by Justin Burke in the opening week. Had quite the battle. So very used to playing in these tight, close games. Nick didn't have quite a close of a battle in that opening week, but still plays darts, about 8 nights a week. So, he's quite used to these types of close games, and it's a solid 7. Fantastic round of 7 there for the sure shot. Unlucky. Smiles on Nick's face. You can see him in the background. And a solid ton there fired in by Berto. Great stuff. Nick looking to get back onto his high horse and find that scoring power that we saw in the opening set. Electing to go down to the 19s. Frustration, a little bit of disgust there, but he does find that third one. Squeaks it in there. Sometimes you just need to find that third one. Save the visit. Get that mental game positive again. Again, so much of this game is so mental. Taking that deep breath. Finding that rhythm. Convincing yourself that that segment can be found. It can be hit. Darts is a cruel, cruel game, but we all enjoy it very much. For some reason or another. Solid 87 fine there for Nick Soldo. Oh, it looks like it falls out. And I don't believe... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you were not familiar with dart scoring here, that dart had fallen out before he got to the board, so the points did not count. Unlucky there. But a great show of sportsmanship from Nick Soldo. He knows the rules. The guy's basically a walking encyclopedia of how this game should be played. If you talk to him about cricket, he'll tell you the right way to play, but a lot of people disagree, and that's all right. But certainly with 0-1, the guy knows the rules, and he needs to start finding his numbers if he wants to start challenging Berto here. Let's get closer to our outs. Berto looking to knock down the score. 1-5-1 remaining. 1-3-1 remaining. Goes down to find that 19 switch, so a good visit there. No pressure yet. Berto will have a look at the 112. He'll have at least more darts. A little bit of a score update. Looking at the other side here. Ron Sargent currently up 2-0 over Tom Curtin with an 84.07. So we might actually see Tom Curtin get knocked out in the first round here. Wouldn't that be something? That would blow the entire night wide open, everybody. So hang tight. Of course, we are watching Berto Santos and Nick Soldo. This is the only game that we have going here. 62 scored. Leaves him 50. So is he going to go for the bullseye? Is he going to try and push it here? Oh, man. That was so close. Berto not sure what he wanted to do there. Sometimes, hey, it's not the right move. It's not the play. But Nick is one of those guys who will punish you, so you have to respect the effort. You have to respect the player. 92 remaining. Can't find the triple to leave himself double 16, so he can only knock it down to a 12. Berto has to correct. 9 into double 8 is the common way. If he was feeling like Luke Littler, he would go 5 double 10. But that guy's a freak of nature, and, well, Berto doesn't have to worry about it because it doesn't matter anyway. Berto takes this leg. Solid leg of darts there. And we have a tie game, ladies and gentlemen. 1 apiece. Berto Santos, Nick Soldo. Nick taking the opening set. Berto coming back and finding the follow-up set in this race to 3. If you are just joining us now, again, both guys have been playing relatively strong, relatively close. The scoring's been there. They've just had a few hiccups along the way, but it's been a good game so far. And a solid ton to open up the scoring here in this opening leg of this third set. Both guys certainly pushing each other, finding their rhythms. First couple of legs were a little herky-jerky for Berto, but he did start to find his rhythm, find his throw. Nick came out strong, came out firing well, and he continues to do so. Can he find that second one in there? Goes well low with that third dart, only finding 81, but still a good round. Berto keeping close. Again, just can't find that third one. Berto has a little bit of a quick throw. Certainly wants to follow that line whenever he does find that red bit there. Unfortunate, not sure what happened there. Might have bumped him on accident, might have just laughed about something, but it doesn't matter anyway because 83 is still a good visit to the board. Looks like they're talking with the other guys who are playing their match. Tom Curtin, Ron Sargent, score update. Tom Curtin has found a set, so Ron has successfully made Tom Curtin angry. Going up 2-1 on the Emperor. How dare he? Tom starting to mount a comeback of his own. His average is shot up to 79.66. Ron at 83.23. More updates to come as we get back to this game here. 26, I believe, fired in. 41, excuse me. Slowing down as we get on the edge of outshot territory. Berto going to be the first one down to have a look. Nick needs to find a large visit here if he wants to get down to a comfortable out, and that's not going to make things easy. Might stay, might go down. Chooses to stay up top. And all over it. Unfortunate there. So unlucky there for the sure shot. Only 36 punched in. Berto, first one, 1-4-1. Won't go this visit. Looking for the setup play. Wanted the big 51 there. Can only find 57 for the entire visit. Nick almost took out a 160 in the opening week. Won't go, unfortunately. I'm actually misremembering things. Nick had a look at a 160 in a different league. I was there for that. It was cool. Missed that last dart, which was not cool. But he has the capability to take those. Berto. Oh, my goodness. No, Berto, we would have seen it. That would have been so cool if we saw that double-double. Finding the first one, you gotta love the effort. Love the cojones on Berto Santos to try and go for that. Again, we saw the big double-double from Justin Burke, taking out 80 with 2 darts there. Can't remember what he needed the first one for to get down to 80, but man, it was so cool. And Berto looking to clean up here. Double 8 needed to go up. Unfortunate bust there. Just on the wrong side of the wire. So opportunities here for Nick Soldo. Can the sure shot be sure that these will find their way? 45 found, I believe. Not sure if that's... Oh, excuse me. Complete brain fart there, folks. Unfortunate. Looking at the wrong segment of the board. Berto, I know for a fact, needs double 8 in order to get out of this leg. And he finds it with the second one. My bad. Nick was, of course, correct in his math. Caster math. Sometimes not great. That's the first caster math error of the night. One of these days, the production team will have a live counter of those, and we'll make a little game out of it. But for now, Berto mounting quite the comeback here after losing the opening set. Now starting to give Nick the business. The sure shot, not so sure. The scoring department with the doubles department. But there's still a long way to go, folks. Nick getting up to the line here. Wants to try and punish Berto for that poor opening visit. Looks like he's only able to find 45. Yes, indeed. Just wide there. Berto again. Just can't find that slight correction. That's probably one of the hardest things to do in darts is make those minor corrections when you're just off by a hair, a millimeter, a wire. Making those small corrections is so difficult, and what really separates the utmost elite of players from the rest of us, being able to feel that in your arm, feel that in your throw. All over it there for Berto. So unlucky, so unfortunate. 38 found. So after 3 visits, just now getting past the 400 mark. Both guys having a slower start to this leg than legs previous. 81 found there for Nick. Great darts. Sometimes they just need a little bit of a hurry up from yours truly. They can't hear me, but I'm sure they can feel it in their minds a little bit when I'm starting to get on their case for not scoring as well. They certainly know that they're being streamed, so they want to show off with the big numbers, big visits. Nick not happy with his throw. So unfortunate. Does very well to find that third one again, giving himself a little bit of a come on, telling himself off a little bit. Finds that third one, sinks it in there. Berto, well behind at 3-4-9, needs to pick up the pace here if he wants to try and challenge Nick. Only finding 23. Unfortunate, so a little bit of a slower leg here for Berto. Nick has the responsibility to take this one and tie up the set. You feel anything can happen in darts, though, and don't want to take anything as confirmed or for granted. Just need to get the job done. Nick leaving himself a very respectable 120. Berto finding the first dart, going just low on the second. I think he hits the ton there. Drop his score down to, only 95 found, dropping his score down to 231. Is the Shanghai going to be found for the sure shot? Finds the second one. Come on. Oh, unlucky. Nick wanted that just as badly as we did, folks. You can tell in the reaction there. All these guys want those big highlight level takes and outshots, and that was close. Nick just needs to take a breath now. Find the double 20. He's done this 1,000 times before. Double 10. Double 5. A little bit of a questionable leave there from Nick, given that he's not under pressure. Berto sitting all the way back at 207. Might not have been the smart play to leave himself or even really attempt to go for the double 5. It's always that camp of people that are going to say, hey, you know what, if you have a shot, go for it. But if you're not under pressure, why try and make things harder for yourself? And that's why it might have been worthwhile to just try and bust it and leave yourself 40 for the next round. But Berto, 112 needed. Finds the first part of the equation. And a questionable second dart, folks. I'm not sure where that one was going. Finds the correction, so he wanted to leave himself 32, but unfortunate second dart. Nick finds the first part. Is Berto going to be punished? Nick looking to make a small adjustment. And he makes a big adjustment to the South Pole instead of the North Pole, folks. Unfortunate. But one man's loss is another man's opportunity, and Berto wants double 16 just outside. And he brings it home with that third dart. Great correction there, using that second one as a guide. A little bit of shake of the head there from Nick. He knew he was that close. And again, controlling the match, a little bit of questions there on whether that was the right decision. I'm sure Nick will be thinking about that, but he's got to forget about it for right now. Can't afford to waste too much time. Needs to just focus up on throwing some great darts here. Empty your mind. Be water, my friend. Nick finding 55 here, so already behind the pace being set by Berto. But Berto, great correction there with that second one. Finding the 85. Again, he started off a little slow at this game, but has really picked up the pace here. Nick started off strong, but it's starting to taper out a little bit. Great correction there with that third dart going over those flights. Sometimes you look at the 20 segment of the board and all you see is a little forest of flights and go, well, how do I get through the canopy? These guys are certainly finding their way through. Grade 81, so Berto having himself a leg here. 80 average, I believe, for this leg. Nick certainly feeling the pressure, mounting that. Are we going to see the 180? Unlucky. Oh, so close there with the 140. I'm not sure if that was deflection, but right on the cusp. Getting the big 180 reaction out of all of us. Berto finding 90, so he is starting to blow up the board here, and we love to see it. Great lead with the 164. After nearly finding the 180, a rather pedestrian 24 punched into the tablet there. Not in and out, and Berto electing to go on the 20s route for the 164. Finds 80. So leaving himself 84. Can stay there. If he finds another 60, he'll leave himself 24. If he finds another big 20, leaves himself 64. So solid ton punched in. Again, no pressure. Controlling the match, controlling the game, knowing when you need to go for these setup shots, when you don't really need to do anything too complicated at all. Keep it simple, stupid. Sometimes is the best way to go about your business. Don't make things harder for yourself if you're not under pressure. Nick, unlucky 26, knows that's going to be punished. Berto, is he going to go for double-double? Oh, you can definitely tell he wanted the double-double there. Won't go, leaving himself 48 here. But again, a rather outside chance here for the sure shot. This would be a remarkable take if he can find it. Needs to find the combo. And unfortunately won't go, so no way home here for the sure shot. Can only set up, finds the big 100 to leave himself 56, but now has to rely on mistakes from Berto Santos, double 16. Wants it here with this third one, and he finds the corner of the double 8. Doesn't find the take. Unlucky, just on the wrong side of the wire, and is it going to be punished? Small correction needed. And he goes on the wrong side of the dart. So again, opportunities had, opportunities missed. Berto wants to find it again, and he does. So Berto, after being one set down, has found 2 on the spin. Now is playing for the opening round. Just needs to find 3 more legs before Nick does to get himself his first points. WPL Season 3, but still got a ways to go here. 58 found. Looks like the tablet didn't update there, so it's going to get going now. 58 found and confirmed by the sure shot. Berto just looking to do more of the same, keep this going. 43 found there, so a little bit of a slow start. Nick, opportunity here to really start to put the pressure on, excuse me. Even then, just keeping all of these darts straight is going to be the bare minimum amount of pressure that he'll want to put on Berto. Berto finding lower half of that segment there. A little scary, but he does keep them all straight. Don't want him to have to be thinking about dropping those darts too low and having them slide into the 5 and 1s just like that. And Nick doing very well to find that third dart in that trip 19 segment. Great work there. Berto looking to fill it up. Come on. Oh, just wide. So as we're waiting for these guys to really get their scoring game on, hey, WPL has a merchandise store. You guys will see that card just a little bit of time here. Our sponsor, U.S. Sports and Apparel, there in the bottom left. They are tremendous when it comes to outfitting companies, teams, parties, events, anything that needs customized clothing, they can get it done. And they have been a fantastic partner in getting WPL merch produced, all sorts of colors, shapes, sizes. It's quite cool. So if you guys have some time in between the games here, head over to our website and go check that out. We would love to see you guys rocking some WPL merchandise, swag, hats, shirts. Winter is approaching. We do have jackets and hoodies. So if you're going to keep yourself warm, hey, you look good too, wear some WPL stuff. We would love it, and all the proceeds go directly back to the WPL prize pool operations. Keeps the light on for us, pays the bills, so we can keep bringing you this awesome darting action here every Monday night. 41 found there for Nick Soldo. Berto, 2-4-2, so well far back here. Nick, opportunity to really make a statement in this opening leg and correct the ship. We're not at dreamboat levels of sailing here, but Nick does want to make the corrections and get himself back to calmer waters. Finds the big 54 there, so 58, 90 left. Can't find the trip 18, to leave himself 36, but still a respectable round. Berto working with 187, well back. Can only leave himself a high checkout here with that 61. Nick really has the onus on him to take this out. Might go 12s first. Goes for the 8 route instead. Okay. Caster math not working out so well here. Get the calculator going. 48 left, I believe. Finds the 16, so one dart, double 16, and I don't think that math was right there from Nick, if that's what his intended target was, double 8. Might have been a slip of the hand there. So Berto with a big opportunity, 1-2-6. Fortunately, no out after 20. 106 remaining, so no 2-dart combo. Finds the triple, leaving himself 46, so right between 6 and 10. Choose your adventure, Berto. Either side's great. Goes for the 14s to leave himself 32. Again, has been all over it, electing to leave himself 32. Nick working with double 12, 3 darts at it. Can he find it? Needs to make the correction down. And unfortunate that all darts continued to stay high, almost like magnet darts there. Staying tightly grouped. Berto pulls it just inside with that first one. Just inside on the second. And well inside on the third. So that is not the plan. That's a bust. He will be coming back for double 16, but more darts for the sure shot. On to double 6. And he pulls it inside, so no take there from the sure shot. More opportunities for Berto. Just inside again. Berto so close. And again, he can't find it just by millimeters. What we saw week 1 starting to creep back into Berto's game, and a very low dart there. Going down to the basement, unfortunately, no way home here. Can only make the correction. The Madhouse is awaiting the sure shot, and Berto does not want to join him. Double 4. And he finds the double 4, so a great take there from Berto. Took a little while. Not the leg that both guys were looking for, but sometimes just keeping up, keeping there. Ladies and gentlemen, I have quite the update for you here. Ron Sargent has taken revenge on Tom Curtin and taken Tom out in the opening round, 3-1, firing in an 83.57 average. Tom firing in a 79.74. So week 2 has already been blown wide open. Big points there for Ron. Again, as we focus back up on this game, that changes the dynamic for all of these players. just listening to players here. I can hear them in the background, so apologies for my brief pause in commentary, but nothing but love, nothing but appreciation. Tom showing Ron a lot of love there, saying he shot great. Again, Ron really gave Tom a run for his money and almost went up 2 sets on Tom, but just barely just came down to the wire, came down to outs. The whole night changed in Tom's favor, but now Ron has taken revenge and get back in the game here. 85 for Nick Soldo, great darts. Berto looking to just continue his march down the scoreboard again. A little bit of confetti there as his flight pops off. Those are plastic flights, so hopefully no serious damage inflicted. But Nick took the opening set against Berto, and now Berto looking to take 3 on the spin, unless Nick can really start to mount some serious scoring here. Good ton, needs more of those. Berto just looking to keep himself focused, keep himself locked in. You can see the concentration on his face. Again, a lot of these guys don't even blink in between the throws. They're that focused in. Unfortunately, 2 found in the green bit, so right on the right there, frustration on display from the sure shot. Trying to make that correction, but looks like he finds another big round of 7. Hits the wrong button, finds the 7. That's confirmed. And Berto looking at 161. Won't go this round, but again, first down to an out. Doesn't have to sweat, doesn't have to worry about it too much. 40s will start to raise some questions, though. Nick needs to find at least a ton, you feel. Needs to find at least a trip 19. Unfortunately, can't go. Shake of the head there. He knows that that was a big miss. Not even down to an out, sitting at 187. Berto starting to slow down a little bit here. Does not want to try and invite Nick into this leg. This was a surefire, done deal that Berto was going to get down to a reasonable out, but now a little bit of faffage, a little bit of messing about, and Berto is inviting problems. And sometimes, again, darts is not about playing well. It's just mitigating the problems that you invite into your house. Berto just trying to find something considerable. That's not going to help. 104 left. Can't find the big 18. Can't even find the big 20. So Nick, out of nowhere, has managed to come in to this leg. 142. It's an outside shot, but, well, it's shot's over, and yeah, it's looking a little rough here for the sure shot. Only 24 fired in. Having to rely on more mistakes from Berto. 81 remaining. Berto finds 15, leaving himself 66. Might be another time to consider the 16 to double bull route. Might try and go for triple 10, excuse me. Tries to find the triple 10 and leaves himself 40. So Nick, do or die, 118. Set's not over if he loses it, but he does need to try and pick up the leg. And that wide dart, it will not go. So needs to rely on Berto missing 3 darts at double 20. Does very well to find that 72. And Berto, unfortunate with that second dart, sails it. He knows it. Pressure on now. Nick having to recalibrate, refocus. Needs to at least expend 1 dart on the correction. 6, 10, or 14. Finds the 6, 2 darts, tops. And he finds it with the second dart, and shake of the head. He knows that was a little too slow to get there, but leg is found. Berto taking a breath. Wasted opportunity there. So out of nowhere, Nick Soldo, again, did not give up, hung in there. Tied set here in the 4th set. Both guys struggling to get off the line here. The past couple of sets, Berto wants to try and correct that. Nick really needs to try and pick up a second leg here and give himself some room for error. Doesn't want to have Berto push him all the way to the brink if he can avoid it. Electing to go downstairs and just not be able to find the triple, but the big segments are found. 55 scored. Berto just low on that first dart, just high on the correction. And he can't sink the third one, can't find the middle, going right into that one segment. Nick, a little bit of an opportunity here if he can just get some momentum building his way, snowball these darts into bigger and bigger visits, and that's just going to kill momentum. Big dramatic reaction there from Nick. He knows Berto not really mounting any pressure on himself. 22 found, so out of nowhere again. Both guys quite wild with the consistency, back and forth, finding some great shots, finding some great darts, but a little bit of a lull in the match here. Still showing each other a lot of love. 45 found there for Nick Soldo. Great stuff. Sometimes 45s, you'll just take him. It's not the greatest visit, but if you can just put at least 2 in the segment, you'll say great stuff every time. 41, not able to keep up with Nick. Nick just trying to find these darts into the same spot. I can't really tell where that second one landed, but that third one, not great. 45 found again. Berto, big opportunity here. If he can find at least a ton, will leapfrog Nick. Can only find the 58, so neck and neck down the line here. Nervy darts here. Both guys know that this is big. Big points are on the line. Opportunities now that Tom has been knocked out. It looks like a big round is on the way from Nick Soldo. Looks like 95, and it is indeed 95 punched in. It's now pressure on Berto. Needs to find the ton to try and keep level. Can only find the 60, so still above the 200 mark. Nick operating underneath with 192. Only looking to set up. Looks like he snags the trip 3 there, and all right there in the middle. Nothing teetering over into the 19 segment. So close. Berto doing very well to find the 125 there. Bring his score right down to a workable 109. Nick, 177's not going to go this time. Needs to find at least one triple, and it goes wide again into the 3 segment, so 41 found. He's down to an out, but it's an outside chance. 136, a little bit more comfortable than 109, you might feel. Berto not able to find that critical triple at the beginning of the combination. Nick just needs 2 at triple 20, and that's going to blow up all the math. Finds it with the second one. You can see the frustration on Nick's face. He knows need to find that the first time. Makes a good correction down to the 17s. 78 scored. Hope you're doing well, Todd. See you in the chat. Berto looking for double 14. Just wide. Outside again. So chances given to Nick, but now Nick, the sure shot, needs to find these critical match darts, and these are just critical errors, unfortunately. Forced by the pressure, knows that he needs to hit it, and sometimes it just messes with the mentality. More darts at double 14 for Berto. He's been all over the board with these doubles. Disappointment on the face of the sure shot. Jubilation on the face of Berto. Berto is on the brink of finding his first points of Season 3. Nick on the edge of not finding any points in the first 2 weeks. There are no easy games here at the WPL, but this one would sting, so Nick wants to find it. Only finding 41 there. Berto off to a great start. Wants to carry the momentum, and that second dart's going to be a little bit of a dagger. Has to put it out of his mind. Opportunity here for the sure shot to try and clamber his way back in the scoring department. Just low. Only finding 43, so unlucky darts here from both guys. But Berto does have a significant advantage by finding that 81 in the opening visit. Only finding 60, but 60 will do. Desperation darts here for the sure shot. Needs to try and find it. Might be forcing it. And sometimes that's just the way it goes. Rejected by the dart. Darts playing defense is not what you want to be talking about. It's a problem with these plastic flights that a lot of these players like to use is, yeah, they're durable. Yeah, they hold up over time, but known issue is the deflections can be violent, sudden. They can ruin the chance to sometimes put all 3 darts on the board there. Only 42. Nick deflated. Needs to try and muster up some semblance of energy here as he gets down to the middle section of this leg. Big 140 found, but Berto just looking to punish. Down to a 167. That's an out. Might not need to take it given what Nick can do here. Only finding 60, so no pressure for Berto to take this out, and he shouldn't. It would be a highlight level take, and he finds the opening part of this take. Can't find the second dart. You can see the excitement in Berto's eyes, though, when he hits that first one. Man, he lit up like a Christmas tree, leaving himself 78. So Nick, 294 remaining. Going to have to rely on a lot of mistakes here from Berto. 78, lining it up. Needs to go. 74 remaining. 14's preferred way to go. Can't find the triple. Finds 11. And he finds 3, so 60 remaining for Berto. Nick, 234, needs a 180, needs a 140. Needs a big round here to give himself any hope. Even a ton, and the 60 just won't go. A little bit of a laugh there, but it's not positive. 2 darts at tops, 1 dart at double 10 needed. Again, Nick, not an out, so Berto will have more darts, but talked about it before. You do not want to invite problems. You don't want to give the other person a chance. And it's just not clicking here for the sure shot. And Berto, rather unpressured, double 10 to take the opening game here. And he finds it with the second one, the opening round. Berto Santos, Nick Soldo goes the way of Berto. Congratulations, Berto, on your first points of Season 3. Unfortunate for the sure shot. And again, if you did not join us at the beginning of the game, Nick is not throwing with his regular match darts, but he did put in a great effort regardless. Played very well given the challenges that he had to face. Come back to the Marty cam here. Hi, folks, if you're just tuning in, again, you missed an awesome game between Berto Santos and Nick Soldo. Unfortunate that didn't go Nick's way, but it's what happens. Change of equipment doesn't feel right. It's not going to be well. It's not going to go well. And unfortunately, Nick, that's 2 weeks on the spin with no points collected. Things are going to start looking pretty dire as he only has 5 chances remaining to get those critical points. Berto, congratulations. He moves on. Tom Curtin was dumped by Ron Sargent in the opening game. So all of a sudden, this week is wide open. Who's going to collect points? We'll find out very shortly here with the next round of games. See you guys very soon. Be right back. Quick break.
Looking for your next night out in Worcester? Tee Up Taproom is the place to be. With 5 golf simulator bays, more than 20 dartboards, a full bar and kitchen, and leagues for both golf and darts running year-round, Tee Up is the go-to spot for competition and community. Swing by Tee Up Taproom at 70 James Street in Worcester and see why it's the city's home for golf, darts, and good times. Balboni Darts is the name in darts for Central Massachusetts and beyond. From dart sets and boards to accessories and apparel, they're the one-stop shop for any player looking to stock up or upgrade. Whether you're stepping up to the line for the first time or competing for trophies and checks, Balboni Darts is the store that the champion selects. Since 2014, U.S. Sports and Apparel has been helping teams, companies, and organizations look their best. From embroidered polos to customized uniforms and fan gear, they have the expertise and the people to do it all. Their catalog includes spiritwear, athletic equipment, and promotional items. From mugs and golf balls to jackets and hoodies, everything is branded to your specifications. For gear that works as hard as you do, trust in U.S. Sports and Apparel to get the job done right. Looking for a way to support the Worcester Premier League directly? Check out our coffee page. Every dollar donated goes right back into the league, helping us cover operations and build a bigger prize pool for the players. Your support makes it possible for us to keep the WPL growing season after season. Once again, your donation helps us keep the competition thriving and the darts flying. Visit our page at coffee.com/WPL-darts to make a contribution today.
Welcome back, folks. It's so good to be back from commercial break. Hopefully you enjoyed those. Again, if you were just joining us now for the first time, please support the companies that support the WPL. Without them, none of this would be possible. And again, what we're talking about, what we mean by this is, oh, you know it's time. Look at those guys. Look at Joe Ricard. Looking so handsome. I believe he got a new haircut. And Justin Burke rocking a spectacular darts jersey there. Matches the hat very, very well. Again, if you were just tuning in, this is our bracket for tonight. We just saw Berto Santos and Nick Soldo. Berto securing his first points of the season. Congratulations. At least 2 points secured for Berto. The big surprise on the left-hand side of the board, Ron Sargent coming back and taking revenge on Tom Curtin, taking that game.
Since 2004.
Sorry, wrong button. Push the wrong button there, folks. I have so many buttons here with my little studio deck here. If we go back to the bracket here, the big surprise is Ron Sargent taking out Tom Curtin. He took that game 3-1, firing an 83.57. So Ron is out with a vengeance tonight. He wants all the points. But we have to wait before we get to see Ron. We have to go back to these guys. They're getting their final warm-up throws in. And I believe they are just about to get things going. A little bit of a fist bump there. Justin Burke not going first here for the Bull. Joe will lead off here for the Bull. Not sure who's going for the Bull first. We'll actually we'll determine that at a later time. There we go. I think they've confirmed it. They're laughing about it. They don't know who's going for it first. Let's see what Justin Burke can do. Finds the green bit. Remember, when you go for the Bull, it's a pool party. Got to get into the pool. Nobody wants to be outside. And Joe, unfortunately, is outside. So Justin Burke will be leading off here in our second game of the night. Week 2, Season 3 of the Worcester Premier League. Again, thank you very much for being here. If you are watching live, if you're coming back and watching this at a later time, thank you for watching this. For everybody joining us right now here in the live stream, don't spoil it for the other people later on the night or the week. Keep it a mystery. Keep it secret. Unfortunate start there for Burke, only finding the 24. Again, one of the big improvements that we've made coming from Season 2 as well. We have a lot more buttons for me to push. Solid 100 there. Much improved production. We've upped the stream quality from 30 frames per second up to 60 frames, and that's a considerable amount of work. Up the stream quality of the cameras. Done so much here at the WPL studio. A lot of that is owed to this guy right here, Joe Ricard, doing a fantastic job with the AV setup. Thank you very much, Joe, for your hard work. And again, we love watching this guy work here with the big 1-2-1. Solid darts fired in. Justin Burke knows that he has a task ahead of himself here if he wants to mount an attack here against Joe. Solid. Unfortunate there. Only finding the 55, excuse me. Joe looking to do more of the same here. Keep this consistent throw, consistent flow. And are we going to see the 180 to leave 100? Only finding 140. That would have been a colossal setup, but does very well to leave himself 140. And Joe played very well in the opening week against Tom Curtin. Unfortunately falling 3-1 to Tom, but really pushed Tom hard. Thank you, Paul, in the chat, giving all of us a shout-out. Again, pipes are feeling a lot better this week. Joe's not going to find it. Does very well to leave himself 100. Last week I was a little bit under the weather, but this week I'm all better. So hopefully it's entertaining and fun for you guys to watch in the moment. Burke well behind at 3-3-2. Joe, an unbelievable 115 average to open up the set here. Serious darts, but needs to find it. First one goes well high. Second one a lot closer. Third one goes back to join its friend, the first dart, but no worry just yet. Justin Burke will be staying well out of reach here. A little bit of frustration, only finding 41. Again, opening leg, so nothing really to get too tough on yourself about, but Joe wants to get out here and just put this leg into his name. Stacking those darts so close, and he finds it with the third. Actually splits the middle, it looks like. Splits those two darts in half. And a solid start there from Joe Ricard. Again, Joe really pushed Tom last week, both Joe and Ron, but still fell victim to the Emperor. Joe has a lot to prove here in week 2. He wants to be in those finals, top 4 at least. Opening up very strong. Again, Justin Burke had played a spectacular game against Berto Santos. Big checkouts, highlight reel, takes, big scoring. The 180 did elude Justin last week, but he did find the big 170 to take out 32 in one dart. Around after that big 170 visit. That was awesome to see. Maybe we'll see more of that magic tonight. Absolutely love to see it. Joe just continue to do Joe things. Justin really trying to match the firepower. 2 straight ones there. Finds the big third to level out at 3-5-6. Joe working with 3-4-1, so he does have the advantage in this leg. But again, the rhythm, the throw, of course, caster jinx there. It's all coming together for Joe Ricard, and as right as I say that, it all just falls apart. Sorry, Joe, you can blame that one on me. The jinx is real. Justin Burke keeping it closer, but not really putting a lot of pressure on Joe. So close with that third dart there. Not sure if Justin's throwing different darts from week 1. Look a little odd to me. Maybe I'm just seeing them a little bit more clearly. But could be a different set. I'll have to talk to Justin during the next break. Joe, unfortunate low and across there. So finding the big 26 spread, those 3 darts. Opportunities here for Justin Burke to really come back in, fire in a big round, and leapfrog Joe in the scoring department. Looks like he's going to do just that. The big 140 punched in there from Justin Burke, punishing the poor visit there from Joe Ricard. Not down to an out, but the 186 is getting close. And are we going to see a massive response here from Joe? That's 2 in there. Come on. Oh, back-to-back 140s will have to do. No 180s just yet, but Joe critically at the 151 out. So he's the first one to get there. Justin Burke can only set up and hope. Certainly within the wheelhouse. Joe has it within his capabilities to take one out after another. Needs to find the 151. First part found, second part not found. Can only set up, so 97 scored. Justin Burke, 128 compared to Joe's 54. Won't go, unfortunately, after that first one fails to find its way home. 41 found. Opportunities here for Joe Ricard to go 2 legs up. 14 correction needed to leave himself tops. Goes high, so a big miss there. Not to fret yet, though. Needs the 5. Correct up to the 20s. Finds the big 5 right in the middle. 1 dart, double top. And goes high. So Justin Burke, opportunities now with his 87 to level the game. These are the opportunities that you cannot afford to miss. 70 left. Tries to go for the triple 10, but probably should have gone for the 20 into double bull segment. So he will leave himself 40 as well. Joining Joe on tops. Who's going to hit it first? A little bit of a surprise there from Joe Ricard. I'm sure he expected Justin to try and leave himself the chance well low on that first dart there. Double 10. And he finds it with the second one. So maybe a little bit of a question there from Justin Burke, figuring out this game, figuring Joe out, how he's playing tonight, knows that no mercy will be awarded to him. Has to take those chances when they come, and he'll adjust his game. Watching Justin play for as long as I have, I know that he knows not to make those mistakes more than once. Big ton fired in there from Justin. Joe Ricard looking to answer here with a big visit of his own. Second dart just straying out into that 5 segment. Third dart not finding the big 19. Only finding the single segment. Justin Burke looking to just keep this momentum going again. He has such a good flow of his throw when he really gets the motor going, really can just make hitting the triple 20 look routine. Joe behind in this leg, but again, such a smooth throw, such a beautiful toss, and that's a great ton. Come back within distance here of Justin Burke. A little bit of a frustration moment there from Justin Burke. Wants to correct up, can't find the triple 20 segment, only finding 45. And Joe Ricard, again, 2 legs up so far. Wants to try and close out this opening set. 3 legs on the spin, that would always feel good. A little bit of a block there with that second dart. Elects to stay on it, try and push his way through, but can't find it. Only finding the 60. And Justin Burke, that's a beautiful opening dart. Can't follow it, though. A little bit of an unlucky deflection. And so close on that third, 85. So both guys motoring. Working their way down the scoreboard here with some pace. Justin Burke really starting to warm up and wake up here. Get that arm feeling nice and warm, feeling nice and good. Another 60 fired in from Joe. And sometimes, it does take a little bit longer for a couple of these guys to really get into their game, get into their groove. It's not easy when practicing and all of a sudden you hear the cursed words and darts, game on. It's not easy to flip that mindset in from practice mode into game mode. Joe Ricard finding the great first dart. Wall finds the second one. Clatters in there, and he doesn't find the big 180, only 140. Little bit of luck there as that second one looked like it might have thought about deflecting down, but it stays in, stays true. Unfortunate visit there from Justin Burke. Not finding any big numbers. 28 punched in, I believe. Joe Ricard looking to take the opening set, 3 legs on the spin. Wants to get it done here. Doesn't want to invite any problems from Justin Burke. And that second miss there, that second dart is going to dash any chances getting this done quickly. So big 1-3-4 here for Justin Burke. Big opportunity. Fire in a spectacular take. Needs to focus up. Which way's he going to go first? Goes down to the 19s. Won't go. Unlucky there. I believe that third one's into that 5 segment too. So that is the end of that attempt. Joe Ricard, 3 darts at 60. Hasn't had any problems hitting the 20 segment or the red bit sitting on top. 2 darts at it. Needs to go down to double 10. And he just pulls it wide. So Burke with some chances here. 91. Trip 17 first is the common way to get it done. Pulls it just wide, so 89 remaining. Believe he wants to get trip 19. Can't find it. And unfortunately can't find the third dart in the combination either. So some problems here, some messy leaves here from Justin Burke. Joe Ricard doesn't want to invite another round here from Justin Burke. Wants to punch out here, double 10. And he just can't find it. All three darts outside, so more opportunities going the way of Justin Burke. How many is he going to need to find his way home? 50 left. 40. One dart at it. And he takes it. Solid take there. Great combination down from 65 to put that leg into the ledger books of Justin Burke. Big boy darts in full swing. And Joe Ricard, all of a sudden, what looked like it might have been a convincing 3 legs to none set. Invites Justin in. Lets him stay for a little too long, and now, hey, has a hard time kicking him out. Justin Burke wants to continue to raise problems for Joe Ricard. 43 is not going to be too big of an issue right now, but still a long way to go in this leg. Hey, while you're here, everybody, again, please send all of our sponsors some much-needed love. Without this, the season is not possible. Balboni Darts, D-Up Tap Room, U.S. Sports and Apparel, all of them are local companies here in the greater Worcester area, supporting darts, supporting local sports. They have been absolutely wonderful to work with. You can head on down to our website or even the description below in this live stream. All of their website links are there. Give them a shout. Give them some love. Go check them out. We would appreciate it. Solid ton there fired in from Joe Ricard. And again, these darts are not possible without their support. Thank you guys very much. Burke going down to the 19s for the big switch there. Can't find the green segment. 39 fired in, so again, already starting to falter, starting to work a little too slow here. Joe starting to run away with it. Joe looking to just hammer this 20 segment. His throw has looked so effortless. Those points barely holding on there. The 60 on a razor's edge. Justin, again, when he has his throw going, man, it looks so good, so easy. It's having to spend a little too much effort, starting to get frustrated again. There's no real reason to worry yourself right now. Darts is a mental game first. Physical game second. The majority of this battle that we play with ourselves every time we go to the board is determined by how positive we feel that the darts are actually going to hit their mark. And you would not believe, ladies and gentlemen, how often it comes down to just simply believing that you can hit that segment, how often it comes true. Solid 2 darts here from Justin Burke. No 180, but the 140 is found. Motoring, he's moving, and all of a sudden he's close. Joe Ricard, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of a tap on the shoulder. Can't afford too many of those errant darts. 2 found in that big 5 segment. 10 scored. So opportunities here for Justin Burke. Nothing serious found for Joe Ricard. And Joe Ricard, he's not even down to an out 162, a little bit of a counting error. Wants at least 55, going downstairs to the 7s, wanted the 19s, but guys slowing down here, shaking their heads, knowing this is not the standard of play that they want to be shooting at. Justin Burke, 156, an outside shot, but Joe, no way to finish the 162. Finds the big trip there, leaving himself 82. Tries to go for the bullseye to leave himself double 16, but finds the 11 instead. 91 leaves him 71. Justin Burke, 156, wants 2 in the triple 20 segment. Will not go, just high. Can't use that second one as a guide either, and he can't find the third one. Unfortunately, outside of the scoring area, so only 21. Big error there from Justin Burke, and Joe Ricard, 71 to clean up this set. Doesn't want to invite any more opportunities or create any more problems for himself. Finds 13, leave himself 58. One dart at tops. And he's just low, pulls it just low there. So close. So 1-3-5, outside shot, but gettable. It's gettable. And Justin Burke took out multiple 10-plus finishes. This one, unfortunately, will not go. 39 scored here. 59 scored. So again, not the big round that Justin Burke was looking there to find. And Joe, more darts, double 10. It's a great guide with that first one. Second one just as close. The third one outside again, so more opportunities for Justin Burke here. 76, wants a big 20. Oh, only finds 3. 73 remaining. Can't find the correction at all. 71 left, so what was looking like a promising way to start fighting his way back into this leg is all of a sudden falling apart. Joe Ricard will have 3 more darts at double 10 to clean this one up. And he finds it with the first, so the first set of this opening round 1 game goes to Joe Ricard. Justin Burke mounting some pressure, but just both guys a little nervy at the end here. Need to start finding these consistent legs, get rid of those nerves. Want to have a chance against what is an ascendant Ron Sargent. 83 average in the opening round here for Ron in that previous game. Justin Burke taking the hat off. Serious business time. And it looks like the hat adjustment might have been the secret, because that is a great opening round. 85 fired in. Good opening start there for Justin Burke. Joe Ricard looking to respond. Can't find the big ton there. Can only find 60. So Joe Ricard came out of the gate swinging here with some strong darts, but struggling to find his consistency here. And Justin Burke, meaning business. Big ton fired in. Maybe the hat was the secret, ladies and gentlemen. Great darts there from Justin, putting the pressure on Joe. And again, you think, well, hey, wait a minute. These guys just started throwing. How much pressure can there really be? The level that these guys play at, they know they can only afford to have one poor round per leg before it starts becoming problematic. That's what these guys are looking to do. They're looking to be merciless, brutal with each other. And that is a round that will allow Joe to come back. Needs at least a 60. Joe taking a moment. Lining up his arm, lining up his throw, only finding that 5, shake of the head. Not able to drop those darts into the trip 20. That's pretty miraculous, folks. The fact that they're right there on the edge, but not able to sink them in. Justin Burke really not taking advantage of these poor rounds here from Joe Ricard again. Joe trying to psych himself up a little bit here, get himself in the mood, in the mindset to blow up that red segment. Just low, finds it with that second one. And finds 2 in there, a solid 140. Visit there from Joe Ricard, dropping his score down to 166, no out. Justin Burke, all of a sudden, a lot of pressure, knows he had Joe on the ropes this leg. And can't find the big third dart in that combination. The hat has come back on, folks, but Justin may need to take that hat off. He was throwing pretty well. Joe trying to work his way down to an out. 21 fired in so far, only finding 36, dropping his score down to 130. Justin Burke all the way back at 224, no out. Needs to try and set up and leave himself handy for the next visit, but those darts will make his life considerably difficult, given that he has to work with 164. One of the big ones, and Joe Ricard, baby fish, wants 1 triple 20 to leave bullseye. Can't find it, won't go. Of course, the big fish, 170. 2 triple 20s required in that bullseye. Baby fish, 130. Only need one. 164. Justin going the 20s away to start it off. Not able to find it. Only finding 58 there. Unlucky. So Joe Ricard working with 72. We've been in this situation before. Justin Burke just about a half step behind Joe in this entire game so far. Finding 16 first to leave himself 56. Finds the second one. One dart at tops. And pulls it just high on that first dart. Big opportunity here for Burke to punish. But again, first dart so critical. Finds the big 60. 46 remaining. 14, 6, or 10. Finds 14. Double 16. Oh, man. That would have been a monster of a take there, but he just goes within millimeters. Good bid there by Justin Burke. So close. Joe Ricard looking to just pile it on here. Going downstairs to double 10. Finds it with that second one, so a close bid there. Justin within millimeters of finding that opening leg, and Joe Ricard dashing those hopes. And we start once again back from 5:01. Justin Burke looking to get off going here. Joe Ricard coming back up to the line. So close again with those darts. Again, all over it. Joe's grouping has been something remarkable tonight. Again, his throw, if you actually watch it in person, is remarkably similar time after time. A lot of these guys, when you watch them throw, they do have similar throws. But if you really watch Joe's throw, from draw to aim to fire, the consistency, it's almost the same every single time. And that rewards him with this grouping. So close. You don't get those wild darts from time to time you get with other players. Justin Burke certainly has quite a consistent throw himself. When he's on, man, it's lights out. Just trying to find that extra gear that he needs to really pile on the pressure for Joe. Only 60 found. Going just high here, Joe, looking to drop those darts into that triple 20 segment. Can't find it, clattering against each other. Darts just refusing to go in. Oh, right on the edge there for Justin Burke. Just not able to find that. Dart does find the third one. Great 100 to drop a score down to 2-2-3. Joe Ricard working with 2-4-1. Quite a ways back so far, but 2-4-1 after 3 is not too bad. This is going to make it considerably more difficult. Electing to go downstairs to try and find that switch. Can't find it. Tough visit there from Joe Ricard. So big opportunity again. One man's missed opportunity is another man's opportunity to really set himself up. Justin looking for some treasure here in these darts. Wants to find a big round. Can't do it with that second one. Looks like both darts pushed out. First dart playing blocker. All the darts are on the same team here. Sometimes you have to look at your darts and remind them, go, hey guys, let's get our act together here. We want to all work together, not against one another. Joe finding 80 there. Great leave. Looks like it only hits 85. Third dart pushed out again by these flights. It's the curse of these molded plastic flights, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the durability is always there, but the deflections, the push-outs, it's tough. Justin not able to find too much of anything worthwhile there. Unlucky. Joe Ricard working with 1-2-9 Burke. Very, very wide outside shot of 1-5-8. Joe Ricard needs 60 to leave himself bullseye. Won't go, so can only set himself up now. A little bit of a mental reset. Draws back from the line. Finds the 18 there, so good darts, but opportunity again in hand here for Justin Burke. 2 darts into the triple 20 segment. One to get it started. Goes 18s first. Can't find the second one. Only finding 87 there, but man, that first dart, it's another way to go. Joe Ricard working with 72. We've been here before, folks. 16s first for Joe, only finding 8. 64 left. Are we going to see the double-double? Come on, Joe. Give the people what they want. I want to see it. I'm sure everybody else tuning in live wants to see the double-double attempt. 64 remaining here for Joe. He wants it. Going to 14 bulls, so we are going to see the smart play. Oh, and he pulls it just wide, but quite a lucky third. If you're going to miss on 50 left, you want to miss in the 18 every single time to leave yourself double 16. Justin Burke, 71. 40 remaining after finding the 31 with that first two dart. Oh, pulls it just low. Great bid there from Justin. Did not miss by much. Again, millimeters again. Off by not much. And sometimes it's so difficult to make those corrections. And Joe punishing again. We saw this in the opening week. Justin Burke against Berto Santos. Both guys were all over it. Ultimately, Justin Burke was able to get the best of Berto that day. Relatively smooth sailing here for Joe Ricard as he's keeping things rather consistent. Scoring's been there. The doubles have been friendly. And Justin Burke finding some explosive moments, but not really finding it time and time again. Being able to lean on and rely on your throw, rely on your darts just makes the whole mental battle of this game so much easier. And another solid first dart find. Second one just low. Looks like he finds his way into that 555 segment. 95 punched in there from Joe Ricard. Justin Burke not too far back, but this is one of those moments in upper-level darts where you only get one bad round, and even then you're not even awarded that. Only finding 60, so a decent visit there from Justin Burke. Won't get too far behind here, but he is starting to maybe get outpaced from Joe Ricard. Joe looking to find this leg to go up 2-0, and that's a pretty dire situation. Does very well to find that third dart. 85 fired in. Burke looking to try and rally his darts, rally his troops, answer the call. Get some legs on the board here, but unfortunately the 41 will not do. Joe again, the consistency, the throw, all the pieces have been coming together. Not able to find a 20. They're only finding 60. Justin, still opportunities, still plenty of time to find a big 140. Even a big 100 will ask a lot of questions in the back-to-back. 41's not what he is looking for. Joe Ricard lining up, finding that 20 segment. 198 remaining. Only finding 60. But again, it's been enough. Sometimes you don't need to play spectacularly to push ahead, and the 60 will do just fine. Justin able to find that big third there, so he's able to knock his score down by 81 points, but still outside of a way home. 158 remaining for Joe. Won't go here. Joe Ricard looking to just keep this thing going. Can't find the big hundo to leave 58. Can only find 60. Justin Burke, still opportunities here if he can find at least one triple. Needs one now. And it just pulls it wide in that top left corner of the 1 segment. So unlucky. Dart looked like it was on target. Might have been deflected. Certainly a tough third. Joe, 98 left. 78 remaining. Finds the big 54. And he finds the big double 12. Unbelievable take there. 98. A little bit of a hang loose there from Justin Burke. Recognizing that was a good one. Anything close to 100, anything over 100. We give props to that every time that we see it. And unfortunate here from Justin Burke. A little bit of a breath there, a little bit of a reset. Sometimes it's just not in the cards for anyone on any given night, and Justin Burke's certainly been all over it, but the darts just not cooperating. Still plenty of time, though. Still got a lot of life left to play. Burke just looking to try and keep him straight. Maybe didn't feel right in the arm there. Just wanting to reset. Finds a very, very good second dart. Does very well to keep those all in the same segment. Big 100. Again, a lot of players will stress the tempo and the speed at which you play at. But sometimes, especially in a critical game like this with points on the line here, rushing your throw, you'll find that the pace just starts to slowly increase. You try to force the dart in. You try and find that big scoring. Sometimes it's worthwhile just to take a step back, take a breath. Let the calmness guide your darts and not let desperation guide them. But 2 sets down, Justin Burke trying to muster as much calm as he can. Joe Ricard has been consistent tonight, folks. Justin Burke not too far back, though. Big opportunity here to find some good darts. Only 55 found there from Justin Burke, so better. Unfortunate first dart there, and Joe knows it. All the way into the 5 segment. Does very well to correct with that second one. 85 found there. Great correction. Pushing his score down to 211. Justin, great first. Still plenty of space to leave the 140. Can't find it. Only 85 found. But still keeping it close. Down to 186. Joe Ricard has to hit at least a 60 here to leave himself something worthwhile, something worth chewing, not off the bone. Justin Burke, no out, so no pressure. Just wants to leave himself handy. 186, unfortunate 28 there from Joe Ricard, so big opportunity for Justin if he can keep piling on this pressure. Still plenty of space there. 80 scored, second one just high. Only finding the 100, but the 86 left will do. This is more than workable for Justin Burke. 183, no pressure from Joe. This leg, unfortunately, not going the way that Joe would have wanted. Unfortunate for him at the very least. Great for us. 59 fired in. So Joe down to an out, but Justin 86. 18s are the way to go here. We'll want another one of those. And he just drops it. His intention was to hit another 18 to leave himself 50 for the double bull finish. Fortunately, can't find that correction either, so a little bit of faffing about here from Justin Burke. Unfortunate round there. 1-2-4 for Joe. This would be spectacular if he can find the right combination of darts. Tom took this out in the opening week. Tom will be the only one with a 1-2-4 on stream this season so far. So again, back to Justin Burke. Over to you. 57, what can you do? Looks like 2 found. Point, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the wire. Can't find the 15, so frustration there. A little bit of lack of focus. Only finding 25. Joe Ricard, 76, an opportunity to steal what might have been rightfully Justin Burke's from the taking, but Joe just trying to push that out of his mind, trying to just get back to business. 56 remaining, 20 or 16, going back upstairs for double top. Unfortunately not found there, 56, so Justin 9 to double 8, 5 to double 10. Which way is he going to go? Okay, 12. Is a way to go, but not the recommended route. Another one dart at 5 will leave himself double 4. Finds it over the right-hand side of the board. One dart. Can he find it? A little bit of nerves here. He knows this is a big dart. And he finds it. Great take from Justin Burke there. Taking the time to line it up, set it up, and knock it down. Justin Burke, it may not have been a pretty leg, but sometimes you just need to win the ugly ones. I believe I was talking to Tom Curtin last season. He said, if you can't win the ugly legs, then you don't deserve to win the ones that look good. And that's the truth. Sometimes, again, you're not always playing highlight reel darts. It's just a absolute sludge fest. Haymakers everywhere, and sometimes you're just kind of moseying along down the line. Whoever takes it out, you know what? Hey, we'll take it. Great start from both guys here, 100 each. Both guys working with 401. Who's going to blink first? And it looks like Joe Ricard saving that leg there. Excuse me, saving that round. That third dart finding its way into the triple 20. Justin Burke answering the call. 2 in there. Come on, Justin. Oh, he pulls it wide. We have been so close to seeing a 180 from Justin Burke, but it has eluded us, folks. Again, the man is insane. He hit a 170 for fun. Can't seem to hit a 180 to save his life on stream, unfortunately. You know what? When he does eventually find that 180, we are going to go ballistic. I certainly will. Justin still very much in this leg here. Wants to try and straighten out that first dart. A little bit higher up, and he does find a very, very lucky deflection there. Catching that dart, but bouncing the point into the triple 20 segment. So Joe under more pressure here to keep the high scoring flowing. Wants at least one more. It's going to go downstairs. Finds the trip 7. So 101 found. Not going to leave himself an out, but 176 is a good bogey to leave. 140 will leave you 36. Justin not able to really find the switches that he is looking for, only finding 39. Joe can't afford to just keep all of these dead on, keep them straight. That is a great guide with that first dart. Unfortunate blocker there. And he can't find a worthwhile triple, so he'll leave himself 116. A little bit more comfortable than the 156. Burke has it in his arsenal. Won't go. Looking to just try and tidy this up, and that second one just wrenches into the machine. Problems, problems, problems. 116 to 114. Both guys relatively close. Joe finds that first part. Finds the second. One dart at tops. And again, that last dart in the big combo just not working out for Joe Ricard. A little bit of hesitation, maybe? Justin needs a triple. Can't find it. And again, the third dart just not working out in Justin's favor. But Joe Ricard, if he's going to go on to face one of the other guys tonight, he needs to be able to start relying on those third darts, but there's no pressure coming. He can always come back and take it with the first one the next time around. That's a solid take there from Joe Ricard. Score update for everybody. We have Mike Carignan and Mark Rudge on the other board off stream. Mike is playing a pretty good game here. 2-0 up on Mark Rudge, 61.64. Mark Rudge, 56.10. So still a long way to go here. We have potential 3-0s in the making here. Looks like only 26 fired in from Joe. Unlucky darts there. Both guys off to a relatively slow start. Everybody came out swinging in the opening week here, but maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit more of settling in to do for some of these guys. Again, there's still plenty of time. Everything's not over. Justin Burke doing very well to fire in some pretty decent points in that last round. And Joe, friendly fire on those darts. Watch out. Banging up those flights, banging up those darts. Justin paying his respect for that drop dart. Wishing that there was a second dartboard on the floor. It was always worth 60 points if you hit it with the drop dart. 45 found there, so not a great follow-up, not a great punish. Justin Burke, Joe, looking to try and get back into the swing of things, find his way back into the big ton plus department. Can only find 60. All darts consistently low, so the grouping is solid. Joe just not able to elevate those darts enough, and Justin is showing him how to do it. And again, the 180 eludes us from Justin, only finding the big ton. Joe stepping up to the line here. Not quite at desperation levels yet in this leg, but Justin is starting to get further out of sight, and those types of visits make it tough. Big opportunity here for Justin to really run away with it. That's a great guide. Elects to go downstairs, going to be staying there, finds the big third dart for 96. Great darts there from Justin Burke, leaving himself 138 after 5 visits to the board. Joe just struggling to find the triple 20 segment here, has been all over it. Adventuring on occasion, going wide, but the grouping has been there for the most part this game. Justin just under no pressure, knocking this score down to something a little bit more manageable. Third dart not cooperating, so 45 punched in there, leaving himself 93. No pressure. Joe Ricard 285. Joe really just trying to hope for some miracle. Triple 20s, even kind of acknowledging right there. Meh. Tough leg. We forget about it. We move on. We try and fight. See what we can get in this leg, but we continue to persist. Double 18. Just high. Great guide, though. And a solid 93 take from Justin Burke. Great darts there from Justin. Doesn't matter that Joe's struggling in this leg. You want the guy dead in the leg, and you take it out and get it done, and Justin Burke delivers. Great darts. Joe has been struggling to find his way into that triple 20 segment, slowing down considerably, opening up the greater game here with some solid high-powered scoring. And unfortunately, Justin just not able to punish, only finding 11 off the rip. But the grouping has been there for Joe. Not able to find that red bit, but solid 60 again. Back-to-back 60s, excuse me. And sometimes hitting the big 60 is just enough to keep that constant pressure going. Justin Burke finding a great first dart here. Unfortunate there with the second one. And the third one, too many flights in the way. Massive deflection into that one segment, 81 found. But not enough to leapfrog Joe Ricard, who is looking to just refamiliarize himself with this red segment. Puts it just to the left, only finding 55. A little low there from Justin. A little bit of the danger zone, as we call it. If that first one goes in that bottom segment, that's a little bit worrisome. Less room for error. If you're going to miss a little high. A little bit more of a safety zone for those darts to land in. You notice one thing about Joe's throw is that if he's going to miss, he does miss a little high. And a lot of these guys are locked in with their scoring, know where their grouping should be, but trend that you do find over time is a lot of these guys miss high on purpose. Want to find those 20 segments. Only finding 45. Unlucky, so slow down in the scoring here, folks. We're getting into the doldrums of this game. Both guys nervy. Justin Burke, if he finds this third leg, finds this set, starts to ask serious questions of Joe, and that looks like a big 85 visit there from Joe Ricard, but Justin Burke still not too far behind. Momentum is a serious thing in this game. And Justin just trying to start to really muster and harness some momentum. That's a great answer. Great 97. Solid darts there from Burke. And Joe Ricard again. Pressure to keep it going. Pressure to deliver. Great guide. Finds that second one. Wants another. Can't deliver, but not off by much. Big 100 to leave the 116. Justin 2-2-2 left. Finds a good second dart. Can't find a equally as good third, but 85 will suffice down to a 137. Awkward. 116 a lot more friendly. And that makes it very awkward. No out from 113. 2 in there. Joe Ricard, too good, but too good and slightly to the right. Only finding 26 to leave himself 90. Justin Burke, big opportunity with the 137. Won't go, unfortunately. Can only set up. Great visit regardless. Doing very well to knock his score down. 93 found. 44 remaining, but Joe, quite the operator under 100. And as soon as I say that, Caster Kerr strikes again. 89 remaining. Can't find the trip 19 that would have left 32. So opportunities have arrived for Justin Burke. Should have 2 darts at a double. Needs to find the big correction. Needs to find it. Finds the 12. 2 darts at double 16, just confirming that it's in. Justin cannot afford to miss. Big breath. Big reset. Just wide. And again, just wide again. So close. Even Joe can't believe it. Hands on his head. He thought that was a done deal, and we were going on to another set. 68. 48 remaining. 8 or 16. Choose your destiny, Joe. For the game. Can't go, so opportunity blown for Joe Ricard. Justin Burke, more chances at double 16. Finds it, so we are going further into this game here. Justin Burke taking that set 3 legs to 1. Joe Ricard not having the best game here. Justin doing very well to keep pace. Joe might be telling himself off a little bit here. Are we going to see him fill it up? It looks like a big 180 there from Joe Ricard. Solid start. Looks like Joe having a little bit of a laugh there with the big 180. Man, it might have dropped the dart. And Justin Burke looking to try and follow with something big of his own, but will have to suffice with the 60. 3 darts in. That's 4. 5 darts in. Ladies and gentlemen, that's back-to-back 180s. I don't know if you're excited, but if you're not, you better start getting excited. We've been here once before. 6 darts in. And now everything comes on to Joe Ricard, keeping it together. Let's go, Joe. Oh, it's over. Oh, unfortunate. I was about ready to jump out of my seat here, ladies and gentlemen. That would have been spectacular. Joe has found 80 here in this third visit. Does very well. That is a considerable effort, leaving himself 36 after 3 visits to the board. And Justin Burke just trying to keep up. Great darts there from Burke to hit the 1-2-5. Joe Ricard, 36 remaining. The onus is on him to clean this up. Doesn't want to let this leg go. First one's high. Second one just as high. A little bit of a step back there from Joe Ricard. And he finds it with that third one. So that is a solid 12-dart leg. And a little bit of respect there shown from Justin Burke. What can you do if your opponent is on for a 9? Cleans it up in the 4th visit to the board. Justin Burke firing back with a big one for you out of nowhere, folks. We have some explosive scoring. Get the nitroglycerin out of the cabinet. Shake that bottle. Watch him go. These guys are blowing up the scoreboard here. Unfortunately, Joe not able to follow Justin Burke. We're seeing a little bit of magic from Burke. Another 140 here would do quite nicely. Wants to go a little bit higher. A little too high there, Justin. A little bit of a jinx. Put that on me. 41 found, so unlucky. Can't follow with anything just as explosive. Joe Ricard looking to recover. Maybe a little bit of jitters. Maybe a little bit of nerves, excitement. adrenaline pumping in his blood after that 9-dart attempt that he got 6 darts into. Oh, man. That was so close. When we hit the 9-dart in the WPL, that would be history because it will be the first one. We are still waiting, unfortunately. Justin not able to find anything worthwhile. Punching in the 26, Joe. Still far behind, though, so an opportunity to catch back up. Does very well with that second dart to find the big 60. Can't find another one, only finding 100. So a good way to catch back up. Respect being shown from Justin Burke, but he still has the lead. Has the advantage in this leg, just barely to the left there with that second one. Can't find the switch either. Only finding 54, Joe Ricard. Opportunity here to jump in front. He's got to seize the opportunity, though. We've seen too many opportunities come and go for both guys this game. Slipping into the 5 segment again, in the 6 segment. The 1 segment for 26, striking again. 26 is out in force. Everyone is eating breakfast, as we say here in New England. Justin doing very well to find 81, finding at least 1 in there. Surging ahead, but leaving himself a bogey number. No out from 159. And Joe again, slightly off. Reset needed. Does very well with that second. Finds the big third there. 85 punched in. 187, no out. Scoreboard update for everybody. Mike Carignan has taken out Mark Rudge 3-0. Congratulations, Mike, on your first points in WPL Season 3. Big points being scored there. Coming back to this game, Joe Ricard, no out from 187. Can only set up, needs to find at least 1 triple to make this a heck of a lot easier. Only finding 59. So Justin Burke, 114. All the ton-plus finishes. Anything slightly above a ton is great to work with, but unfortunately the 1 just blows up the combination. 128 for Joe Ricard, wants at least 1 big trip 18. Can't find it, so 110 remaining. Finds it, double bull for Joe Ricard. Oh, man, just low. Great effort from Joe Ricard. That was so close, and Justin Burke can fire back with a great take of his own. 56 remaining. 1 darted double top. And just low. Burke believed that was in, given the reaction. Wanted it, felt good out of his hand, but did not go. Joe Ricard needs to correct. Finds the 9. 2 darts at double 8. Going across the board, across the pond to double 4. Just wide again, so the doubles eluding. Joe Ricard tonight, not coming easy. Justin Burke, opportunities. Looks like that one was well low. Indeed it was, into the 15s, and he busts it. Joe Ricard back in his court to net double 4 and push him on the brink again of taking this game. 2 legs there for Joe Ricard on the spin in this 4th set. Opportunities now for Joe to move on to the next round, secure himself some more points. Justin already secured himself 2 points last week, but would love to get more. But this is looking like a pretty tough situation for Justin to try and find himself out of. We'll see what he can do. Needs to respond to the immediate pressure there from Joe Ricard. The first 2 just not cooperating there for Justin. Third one just not working out as well. Only finding 30. Unlucky opening round there. And Joe Ricard wants to run. And he is off to the races here, it looks. 2 in there. Come on, fill it up, Joe. And the third one is found. The big 180. Joe firing away. After a couple legs of struggling there, we have seen these guys out of nowhere hit the darts that they are more than capable of playing. Justin firing back with a great round of his own. But now Joe, well ahead, needs to close it out if he wants this game. Doesn't want to hang back for too long, and the 60 will do. Justin, 59. Not able to find much of anything there. Nothing worthwhile, nothing helpful. Joe, 164, can't find the 20 to open up the combo. Doing very well to find that third dart into that triple 19 segment. So no crazy scoring, no crazy finishes in this game so far. We did get so close to seeing that 180. Justin all the way back on 314 wants to find something worthwhile here to knock it down, but just not going all over that segment, but the darts refusing to go in. Joe, 82 remaining, needs to take it out. Bull first. 17 now for tops. One dart. And the dart that he needed to move on to the next round, he struggled to find for the majority of this game. He finds then and there when it matters most. Congratulations, Joe Ricard. Back-to-back weeks of points. Justin Burke falls in the opening game here of Week 2 against Joe Ricard. So that's it. If you look at our bracket, Round 1 is completed. Berto Santos taking out Nick Soldo. Justin Burke falling to Joe Ricard. Ron Sargent surprising everyone and getting revenge on Tom Curtin. The Emperor has fallen in Week 2. Season 2 champion falling this early raises a lot of possibilities. Mike Carignan taking out Mark Rudge 3-0. So it's going to be Ron versus Mike, left side of the bracket. Berto versus Joe on the right side. And we'll have that game, Berto and Joe, after this break. See you guys very soon.
Balboni Darts is the name in darts for Central Massachusetts and beyond. From dart sets and boards to accessories and apparel, they're the one-stop shop for any player looking to stock up or upgrade. Whether you're stepping up to the line for the first time or competing for trophies and checks, Balboni Darts is the store that the champion selects. Since 2014, U.S. Sports and Apparel has been helping teams, companies, and organizations look their best. From embroidered polos to customized uniforms and fan gear, they have the expertise and the people to do it all. Their catalog includes spiritwear, athletic equipment, and promotional items. From mugs and golf balls to jackets and hoodies, everything is branded to your specifications. For gear that works as hard as you do, trust in U.S. Sports and Apparel to get the job done right. Looking for a way to support the Worcester Premier League directly? Check out our coffee page. Every dollar donated goes right back into the league, helping us cover operations and build a bigger prize pool for the players. Your support makes it possible for us to keep the WPL growing season after season. Once again, your donation helps us keep the competition thriving and the darts flying. Visit our page at coffee.com/WPL-darts to make a contribution today. Looking for your next night out in Worcester? Tee-Up Taproom is the place to be. With 5 golf simulator bays, more than 20 dartboards, a full bar and kitchen, and leagues for both golf and darts running year-round, Tee-Up is the go-to spot for competition and community. Swing by Tee-Up Taproom at 70 James Street in Worcester and see why it's the city's home for golf, darts, and good times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and the opening round of Week 2 has been completed. If you're just tuning in live, man, oh man, we've had some great games here. Berto Santos taking out Nick Soldo. That opening round 3-1. Nick, unfortunately, did not bring his match darts and did fall because of that, but still put up a good fight regardless. Justin Burke falling to Joe Ricard 3-1. On the left-hand side of the bracket, Ron Sargent, the big upset of the opening round here, taking out Tom Curtin. The Emperor has fallen. I repeat, the Emperor has fallen. Ron fired in an 83.57 against Tom, who punched in a 79.74. I mean, both guys played great darts. So unfortunately, we didn't have that game on the broadcast here, but Ron moves on, and he will be facing off against Mike Carignan, who has secured himself points in Week 2. Great job, Mike. Great job, Ron. Great job, everybody who moved on. Our next game here on the game board is going to be Joe Ricard, Berto Santos. Joe playing a great game here. Berto certainly has the capability to get this game going, get it underway. Looks like they're getting their final warm-ups in. Looks like that was the bull. And Joe looking to try and get in the pool, and he does. He jumps headfirst into there. Absolutely love to see it. Again, before we get underway with this game, looks like they're getting their final throws in and everything. Hey, support the WPL and look stylish. If you can scan that QR code right there, that takes you directly to our merchandise store. Again, everything is brought to you by U.S. Sports and Apparel. Jump back over to the game board here for the big 140 opening from Joe Ricard. We'll jump back to that QR code shortly. But all of the proceeds from those merchandise sales go back into the league for this season, so you will contribute to the prize pool, and it helps us keep the lights on here to keep bringing you more darting action. Absolutely love the support that U.S. Sports and Apparel has been showing us. Very enthusiastic about the greater darting community here in the Worcester area. We can't wait to show them the type of love that darts community can bring them. So, again, go check them out. Unfortunate there, 45. The big deflection from Berto. Berto did very well in the opening game against Nick. Hung around, hung in there. Nick put a lot of pressure on Berto, but just not able to get over scoring and finishing that Berto brought to the table. Berto actually not in, well, he is in the bottom half of the standings, but wasn't the very bottom. He has secured himself points. Had a slight lead over Rudge, Nick, and Mike because he had one more sets. But now, with Berto getting points and Mike getting points, the standings are going to start shuffling around a little bit. Only Nick is walking away after 2 weeks with no points, which is unlucky for Nick, but there's still plenty of time. Joe firing in an 85. If you are tuning in just now, that's the last game between Justin Burke and Joe Ricard. Joe was 6 darts into a 9-darter. Lost it on the 7th dart. But man, oh man, was it awesome to see. I damn near jumped out of my seat when he nailed that 6th dart. Apologize for swearing for all the families tuning in, watching WPL, either live or playing it later on their televisions. But we have yet to see a 9-darter here at the WPL, and it would be tremendous. Ron, Joe, Tom have all been close. Joe wants to put that dart a little closer to the triple 20 segment for 96. Won't find it. Can only level out his score. 56 found to leave himself 40. Solid average so far here in the opening leg. After the break. And Berto just struggling to really find his scoring, find the consistency again. Berto, when he's on, but struggling to find that consistency tonight. It was enough to overcome Nick, but Joe is a different type of operator and finds that first dart. Finds double top. Takes the opening leg, and we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Joe telling Berto, cannot afford to give me that much space because I will make it count. Only 41 found there from Berto, so an unfortunate, unlucky start. Joe looking to just continue more of the consistency that he's had the greater part of the night. Again, the throw has been so consistent, has been there, been reliable. He's been able to lean on it. We saw in the last game against Justin that even if you can't find the red bit consistently, just being able to find 60s time and time again, solid 95 there from Berto. Finding those 60s is enough to just put enough pressure on. Again, it really forces your opponent just to not make mistakes. And sometimes, hey, that's all it comes down to. Just don't make mistakes. Joe doing very well to find 84. Just barely scratching. Trip 19 at the bottom of the board there. And Berto leading the pack here. One's going to make things a little tricky. Wants to drop it low. A little too low there, unfortunately. 41 found. Joe Ricard, big opportunity here to jump in front. Get ahead in the scoring department with a big visit. Just low. Might be a blocker there with that first dart. We'll have to see how he navigates around that. Does very well to find that third dart into that triple 20 segment. 100 punched in there. Berto not too far back, but can't afford to slow down. Another stretch of the arm there. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know if it's rust. I don't know if it's muscles not feeling right, but stretching his arm a little bit. Unfortunate. Joe lining up, back up. The throw has been consistent. It's been reliable. It's been the same. Darts maybe not getting the memo every time that they're released, but grouping has been there. 55 found, getting closer to outshot territory. Berto electing to try his luck downstairs, finding 57. Joe Ricard, 217. So big opportunity to set himself up here for quite a workable leave. 80 scored. Elects to stay up top for the big 100, so 117 left after 5 visits to the board. Great darts there. Good average so far from Joe Ricard. And Berto, again, finding himself behind by quite some margin here. 45 punched in, so 200 left for Berto. Joe, 117. Again, a lot of these guys, even when they have no pressure to take out 10-plus takes, they still want it anyway. Joe was trying for the 57 there at the bottom of the board. Finds the big 18 to correct. And Berto, 200 back and only hope to hit a 140 and 180. Leave himself handy in case Joe misses, but this will not go, will not happen. Berto only finding 55, so Joe, another opportunity at double top here. Lining it up, and he finds it, sinks it, takes it, 2 legs. On the spin there for Joe, and Berto already struggling a little bit off the rip here. Joe defending his set here, so he has the throw for this set. If it did go all the way to a tiebreaker, he would be the one to lead off. Joe doing very well to hold, throw, and break. Solid opening round there with 100 scored there from Joe. Berto again struggling to find the 20 segment. Does very well to correct, but just high. And again, the other micro correction down into the left. So 36 found. Unlucky. Joe continuing his slow march down with that 5. Wants to speed up. Only finding 6. Unfortunate 26. Breakfast found here. For everybody tuning in from outside of the New England area, would like to know if it's called breakfast when you're corner of the woods. It's kind of a regional thing that I think here. Only people in New England call it breakfast if you hit a 26. What do people in the UK call it? What do people in the rest of Europe call it? Type it in the chat. Let us know. We'd love to hear what it's called in your corner of the world. Nice 100 there. Ton's always a ton, though. Dropping his score down to 275. Joe playing a much higher standard of game compared to the previous game against Justin. Both guys struggling a little bit with their scoring. We've been out of nowhere in the second half of that match, really blowing up the board. Just struggled to really find their rhythm for that first half. Joe trying to make those small corrections down. Does very well to put all three in that 20 segment, so 60 punched in. Berto already falling back behind again, And again, has not been missing by a wide margin. The darts have just been on the other side of the wire, left and right. Again, it just compounds. The problems compound. Against players like here at the WPL, they do make you pay. They punish you for those errant darts. Joe working his way down, does very well to find that single bull segment. 65 to leave himself 150. So again, at and out after 5 rounds. Joe, I know personally, would like to have that down to a lower out if possible, but then again, the man just had a look at a 9-dart attempt, and it just went the wayside on the 7th dart. Joe, 80 scored here. Tries to find that triple 10 to leave tops, but can only find the single. 90 scored is a great visit, though, leaving himself 60. Berto all the way back at 184. Does very well to find the 100, so pressure on Joe. Again, tap on the shoulder saying, hey, you're ahead, but you're not out of the woods. You still got to find it. But double 20 has been so reliable for Joe tonight. Are we going to see him take the set? One more dart at it. And just low, so opportunities now for Berto to come in and steal a leg. Can't afford to miss. 64 left, 14 bull. You feel it's got to be the way to go. Double, Berto! No, Berto, that would have been so cool, so good, but so close, and the opportunity's gone. Gotta respect it from Berto, the efforts there, but Joe looking to clean up now, and he does with the first dart. So the opening set done and dusted into the ledger books for Joe Ricard. Again, rule of cool should force that to go in every single time, but darts is not a cool game. It's a cruel game at certain points, and if you don't go for that 14 bull, the opportunity is more than likely to go. Joe just looking to refocus, get that previous set victory out of his mind, and just repeat. You can see the level of disappointment in Joe's face when those darts move slightly to the left or slightly to the right. The level of focus that these guys have when they're throwing is so immense. Even slightly off, it just bothers the heck out of them. You love to see the lack of emotion, just a pure focus, nothing phasing this man right here. Lining it up, wants to find that third dart, a little bit lower, can only find it into the 60. And Berto just looking to try and keep pace here, drops a dart. A little bit of a step back, a little bit of a refocus. Berto might be just slightly high there, only finding 43. Joe Ricard, again, keeping a little bit closer to Berto than he probably would like. That first dart's going to put him in front. 2 in there. Maybe a possibility. Can't quite find it. First dart, too much of a blocker. The flight was right smack in the middle. Again, those flights act like defenders almost when they don't line up just right to leave enough space for more darts to join in on the fun. Berto, no fun in that round, only finding 15. Let's see what Joe can do here, working with 296. Does very well to find that second dart. And finds the third one in there, squeezes it into the bottom right-hand corner. 125 found from Joe Ricard. Great work, great stuff. And Berto looking to answer back. Second dart goes a little high. And can't find the third. Consistency again, eluding Berto. Joe looking to try and adjust up if possible. That dart was just underneath the wire. Goes left instead. Can see it on his face. He knew it. It felt good, but it just didn't fly good. Does very well to find that correction down to the trip 19. 84 punched in. Berto again all the way back at 276. Sound like a broken record, but Berto has not done himself any favors. Considerably too far back. Well, Joe's working under 100. We'll look to have to try and clean that up going forward here. But Joe, 87. Looks like they're debating the scoring, debating the math. Joe. Looks like they corrected Joe's score in the previous round, so that's good sportsmanship from Joe. Double 16 now he needs. Just wide, needs to correct. And he pulls it just inside. Can't quite find the correction there. So close from Joe. Leaving himself 16 after 6 visits to the board is pretty good. Berto not able to find anything worthwhile, not down to an out. So Joe Ricard, free roam, free reign on this double 8 that he needs to get out of this leg. Pulls it inside. Going across the pond to double 4. Goes well inside, down to double 2. And well below again. So double trouble here for Joe Ricard. Berto sitting back at 191. Still has a way to go, but can maybe start to ask a couple of questions of Joe if Joe starts to make a mess of it. The bottom half of the board here. Three darts at double 2. Things get awkward down here. He certainly doesn't want to miss inside and have to go up to the madhouse. Looks like it's outside, so a little bit of an adjustment there. And you have to think that he shouldn't have moved there. Double 2 was just within reach, but Berto 1-3-2 now finds the first bull, needs another one. Double bull, double 16 would be quite the take. Needs another double bull. Come on, Berto. Oh, looks like he tried to go for trip 14, but that was not quite the right math, I believe. Unfortunate. Great effort there from Berto to find that 82. Leaves himself 50. Joe, again, one more attempt at this double 2. Doesn't want to wait about for too long here. Now it's awkward. Up to the madhouse. And he pulls it high, so Berto has a huge opportunity to take the leg here, go up. Maybe start rallying back, building some momentum. Finds 4. So 46 remaining. 6-10, 14 needed to correct. Shake of the head there from Berto. And that is a massive error. 15 found. Really throws a wrench into Berto's plans. 19 scored. 31 remaining. Finds another 15. 34 punched in. 26 left, I believe. 16, excuse me. 16 left. Caster math after 9:30 at night starts to go down the tubes. Luckily, don't have to do much math for double 1, and unfortunately pulls it inside, so double trouble persists here for Joe Ricard. Berto, more opportunities to take this opening leg of set 2. Just has to find his way home, and he does. Nails it with that first dart. So it took a little while to get there, but that one goes into the record books as Berto's leg. Off to a good start here in this second set. Joe looks to recover. A scoreboard update for everybody. Ron Sargent is currently leading Mike Carignan 1-0. Ron continuing his performance. 73 average, just close to 74. Mike hovering around 65. So we'll see if Ron's performance can persist or if Mike has something to say about Ron's drive to the promised land, hoping to take a night for himself. Before we get there, though, I'm sure this man would have something to say about that. Joe finding 100, it looks like. Only finding 85, in second dart, just creeping into the 5 segment. Berto just looking to try and keep his darts consistent, only finding 45. So starting to lose ground here, but in the past leg it didn't matter. Was able to catch back up and take the leg. Joe, the consistent scoring has just been there. Once more, finds the second dart in there with almost no space. Big 140. Almost looked like the first and third dart were sharing the same spot in the board. Berto not able to find 3 consistently in the segment, only punching in 45. Joe trying to make that micro adjustment down. Can't adjust back up. 60 found. So his march down to outs has brought him to 156. Berto working with 351. And able to find that third dart, nailing the 81. Great third there from Berto working with 270. So within range if you can find a big score to knock it down, but again, Joe struggling here, only finding 2 single fives, so 10 scored, 146 remaining. Goes down to the 19s, nails that big 19, can't find the triple. Justin saying in the chat that Joe shot awesome. Justin, so did you. I believe we've had a lot of really good games so far in the WPL. Can't believe that it's only week 2 and we're not even done with it. So much more darts to throw, so much more games to cast. So much more drama to unfold right before our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. We're so happy that you're here joining us. Took 5 months of work to bring Season 3 to life, get sponsors on board, make the necessary upgrades to our production. All for you guys because we love the community, we love darts. We want to bring you guys the best of the best that this area has to offer. Berto starting to find his rhythm, make a presence for himself here in this game. 100, dropping his score down to 142, so he is now in range. Joe Ricard, 98 remaining after that dart into the 5 segment. Can't find the triple. Joe not able to do anything really worthwhile there. Drops the score down to 60, but Berto, 142 outside chance. Finds the first part. Can't find the double bull. And unfortunately finds another 20, so he will have to make a correction next time to the board. 105 scored there. Looks like a little bit of a scoreboard dispute there. And Joe lining up for 60. He has been ruthless on double 20 tonight. Will this trend continue? 1 dart, dead center. 2nd dart, equally good. And Joe Ricard has tied the 2nd set, 1 leg apiece. No mercy on the double 20 tonight. Again, some players just have their preferred double, and Joe's has always been double 20. Just seems to love the way that his darts arc into that segment of the board. Some people like double 16, double 8. If you're certain, I believe, 19-year-old kid in the UK, it's double 10 for whatever reason, but hey, it works. Fortunately, that one will not work. Are we going to see the big round of 3? No. 3rd dart saver there from Joe Ricard, correcting those first 2 darts. Great third. That's why we throw 3. Make sure that those first 2 darts don't define us. We have an opportunity to redeem ourselves. Berto doing very well to follow with the 60 of his own. Keeping pace, keeping steady. Joe Ricard, what can he do to expedite his expedition? Down to outs. Are we going to see the 180? Yes, I believe that's another 180 there for Joe Ricard. Great darts, big 180. Call and answer from Joe. The scoring has been there for Joe tonight. Berto just trying to find something workable of his own. Looks like another 60 is found, but Joe again is starting to run away with it. Just to the right-hand side there. Joe needs to try and bring it inside. Doesn't low, but can't quite find the correction he needed to bring it up. Sitting at 216. Berto back at 341. So Berto not completely out of this leg just yet. Needs to really find a triple here. Does find the triple to score 70 this round. Drops the score down to 271. So within eyesight of Joe, but Joe can really run away if he adds more of those. There's two. And he just got a little too excited, folks, with that third one. Big 1-2-1. Solid visit there to drop his score down to 95, so a comfortable two-darter. If Joe can put those pieces together, Berto, nasty deflection down that third dart, scoring 36. So Joe looking to get this done. No questions, 95. Just low. Going to move up. 39 scored. No way out there. Hits the big 16 for 55. Leave himself 40. Berto 2-3-5 left. Again, quite far back. Looks like he can't find the trip 19. Not actually sure where that dart landed. Landed in the trip 3 segment. So unfortunate 30 there, right on the edge again. Joe Ricard finding his way back to his favorite double 20. Good guide. Goes the opposite way and brings it well low in that third attempt there at the pip. Can't quite find it. Berto, more opportunities here to drop it. Drop the score. Looks like only finding 78. Getting closer to 10 o'clock here, so the caster brain, caster math, starting to melt down a little bit. Numbers don't work as well this late into the evening, but I do know that Joe needs 2 10s to get this leg into his name. It looks like it is found. Shake of the head. Nod of the head there. It is found. Berto staring down quite a scary sight here. Joe within reach of 2 sets on the spin. At that point, that is a Herculean effort to try and come back from 2 sets down. Only finding 59 off the get-go here. So Berto, 1 triple, can put the pressure on. Does very well to find that opening triple. And he puts 2 in there. Big 140 from Berto to get things going here in this 4th leg. Solid open, solid darts there from Berto again. When he starts to find his rhythm, he can really start to blow up the scoring. Love to see it. 55 found there from Joe. So again, hovering around it, hovering around. Extreme Beats in the chat says, nice 12 dart out, Joe. Again, so close to seeing a 9 darter there. 6 darts in, 7th dart fails. Joe still cleans it up in 12 darts. Exactly. Love to see it. All these guys have the capability to get that close, and we just can't seem to find the right combination of darts to just put the first 9-darter in WPL history into the record books. We'll get there eventually. Berto again within reach, only finding 45, so a little bit of a slower leg here from both guys. And again, thinking about the whole course of a game and how it develops naturally. A lot of times, big scores, big takes. The beginning of a match when the stakes aren't as high, things are a little bit more natural. So the game starts to move along. Desperation darts start to enter the game. It starts to become a little bit tougher. Arm gets a little tighter. The mind starts to think a little bit more about every dart being thrown. Just being natural, being calm. Being at peace with your darts can be the hardest part of the game. And both guys, again, just trying to find that inner peace. That's a great first dart. Put his mind at ease. Second dart, just a little high. Wants to sink that third one in there. Can't quite do it. 100 found. Leave himself a 172. Berto, again, within decent range here. 245. Would love to find a 140 here to really close the gap, but can't quite do it. Only finding the 40. Unfortunate there. Dropping his score down to 205. Joe, 172. No out. Big 140 here would have left 32, but the first dart into that 5 segment blows up. Then he hopes or dreams he would have had about that leave, only leaving only scoring 43. Berto 205 remaining. Joe under no pressure here will have more darts. Berto needs to try and pip the center there. Can't quite do it. It looks like only 45, 60. Does find the 60. Joe Ricard 129. So 19 first. Hits the big 19. He'll go back upstairs for a shot at the 60. Can't quite do it. So triple 20. Goes wide. So 20 scored. 109 remaining. Going to go back down. Finds the 57. Leave himself 52. Berto, outside chance here at the 145. Never count him out. He can take these 80 scored. 65 remaining. Not really worthwhile to try and go for the single bull, but he does anyway. And Berto, you're just too good. Leaving himself 40. Awesome setup shot there from Berto Santos. Great darts. Joe Ricard, 52 left. Goes upstairs. Double 16. Double 8. Outside, it looks like by a millimeter, just one. More opportunities here for Berto to take a leg. Going down to double 10. And he's just out of reach. Had it within his grasp, and it just slipped through. So more opportunities here for Joe Ricard to go 2 sets up on Berto. Needs to walk it inside. Walks it well inside, and that is a bust. So Berto, again, staying alive. The Bee Gees are out in the ether somewhere, playing together as a band for Berto. Willing this man to try and get this double 10. Pulls it inside. Staying alive on double 5. Can't quite find it. So unfortunate there for Berto, leaving himself the big 5. Will have to correct with 1 dart next round. Joe, no more messing about. Wants the double 8. Has to go across the way. Double 4. Down to double 2. And the double trouble persists for Joe Ricard. Nailing that double 17. Berto has to clean up here. Down to double 2 where Joe failed. Berto succeeds. And Berto is taking 2 legs here in this second set. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we have a decent fight here for this second set. Berto will have the throw, will have the darts. And the honor goes here. Oh, is he going to fill it up to open it? Oh, looks like only 140, but still a great opening salvo from Berto Santos. Awesome darts there. Joe looking to follow with 140 at the very least of his own. Wants to bring it back up. Can only find the big ton. Bernie's in the chat. Good to see you, Bernie. Hope you're doing well. And Berto, are we going to see the 180 here? No, 125, so great darts, 140, 125. Joe looking to try and match the pace being set by Berto here. Needs to find a triple to try and keep it close. Can't quite get it. Only 60. Berto looking to try and keep this momentum going, keep those darts flowing in the right direction, but can't quite keep pace with his past self there. Only 26. We've all been there, Berto. 140, 125, 26. I've done that my fair share of times, and it doesn't feel great, but hey, still not a bad leg, still plenty of opportunities to come here for Berto. Oh, jeez, big 137 there from Joe Ricard, knocking down, cutting deep into the 3-4-1. So he will leave himself 204. Berto, 210, but still a big opportunity here to really push the score forward. 20 found, needs a trip. 20, looks like he does snag it in the bottom left corner. Might have gotten a little bit of a helper there, leaving himself the baby fish, 130. Pressure on Joe now. He doesn't want to drop this set, doesn't want to risk it. Not in there, Joe, not a triple. 2 big 20s, wants to find a big ton. There he does. Unlucky. And Berto looking at the baby fish here. Can't quite grab it. Can't quite grab a 20. Only finding 15. So unfortunate. So unlucky. Joe Ricard, 104. Which way is he going to go? Finds 48. Okay. And he messes it up with the big 7. Tough darts. Wanted 64. Leave himself 40, so he wanted another big 16. Finds a 17 there. So Berto, again, 115. This is a massive opportunity for Berto Santos to take a set. Can he find the opening dart? Will be forced to find a triple 20 to leave himself the bullseye. It's the only way. And he goes well high and well wide. Finding 10, 105 remaining. Tough darts there for Berto as he looks to try and correct and clean it up, excuse me. And Joe, double 16 now, taking a little bit of a breath, knows that he doesn't want to drop this. Lines up for it. And he nails it with the opening dart of that round. 16 dart leg there for Joe Ricard. 2 sets into the books. Berto put up a good fight there, pushing Joe to a last leg decider in that set, but Joe clinches it. Now Joe will be playing for the game here. One more set needed. Berto needs to win 3 on the spin to keep his hopes alive for week 2. Getting to that elusive final round. Looks like not a great opening start here for Joe Ricard. Only finding the big 19, not the big segment, just total. Berto only finding 6 in those first 2 darts. A little bit of a step back, a little bit of a reorganization of the brain, of the arm, recalibrating. Not able to find that savior third dart that would have made that round so much better. Joe just all over it, and we've seen that a lot. Joe can reliably nail that triple 20 bed, but his grouping has just been slightly off. Some rounds here coming close, but slipping into the 5 and 1s. Berto nailing that third dart. Great darts there from Berto to find his way in there on that third dart. Again, a little bit of a errant dart there on that first attempt from Joe. A little bit of a tough blocker, but doesn't matter. He finds his way in there anyway. Solid darts there from Joe. Way to get around those flights. Settling in here into this match. Again, Berto hasn't been playing a bad game, just falling a half step behind in the scoring department. Too many chances gone on the outs. Just that half step behind that Joe has had. The advantage on Berto, but again, Berto has that extra gear. Just can he access it when he needs it? When he needs it, that's been the big difference in this game so far. Joe, are we going to see another 180 racking him up tonight? No, it won't go. 121 fired in there, leaving himself 199. Berto again, so close, right on the edge, can't quite nail that red segment, blows up the neighboring trip 5. Score 50, but 299 to 199, and that's been just about the difference in this game so far. About 100 points. Joe continuing to hammer the triple 20 segment. Looks like he finds a big 135 just on the wrong side there. But a very, very handy 64 leave. Berto only able to nab 40 there. So Joe Ricard, 64 left, no pressure. Berto not at an out, sitting all the way back at 259. Joe wants this 64. Wants a 16, excuse me, to leave himself his favorite 40. Will not go, so regardless, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things with this leg, but for Joe's sake, he wanted to find that big single that will bother him. Berto not able to find anything worthwhile. And that first dart does very well with the second one. 61 fired in. A little bit of frustration starting to settle in, though, for Berto. He knows this is not looking good. Joe Ricard lining up for his favorite tops. And he nails it in that first dart. So, again, Joe Ricard setting himself up for success. Not waiting around too long to get it. Berto here mounted a great comeback in that previous set, but needs to start putting the pieces together here before Joe threatens 2 legs on top here in this third set. 95 fired in there by Berto. Great darts. Joe doing a little bit of a double take there, making sure that he's lined up perfectly. Well, this third dart due, can't quite find it. 45 found only there for Joe. So Berto can really look to run here. Can punish. Great first dart. Great second. Fill it up, Berto. It looks like he does find it. Maybe. 125 found. No, just outside. So close there from Berto, but great scoring power. And again, just goes to show that all of these guys have it. They just off by millimeters, off by slight twitch in their arm, just something. But the scoring has been there, and Berto looking to keep this momentum going. Does find another triple there. Fantastic stuff. 81 found will knock his score down to 200. Joe all the way back at 411. So a long way to go for Joe. Needs a ton 40, needs a 180, but might already start thinking about the next leg here. Maybe just a bit of a mental reset. 45 found. Not worthwhile. Berto, again, has the responsibility of not letting this leg go, though. Is well out in front, but cannot afford to start getting lazy. 55 found will bring him down to an out. But knowing Joe, knowing how often he's hit that triple 20 segment tonight, he cannot afford to let this guy back in. Here we go. 180 would change a lot. Even a 140 will start to raise some questions. The third dart well off. 81 found. Brings him down to 285, so still well out of reach. 145 for Berto. 130 now. Probably just going to stay on the 20s. Tries to stay there, stay straight. Only finds 20. 20 total. And finds great third dart there. 80 scored. Bringing his score down to 65. Joe all the way back on 285. Again, Joe probably just resetting his arm, thinking about the next leg. When you're this far down in a leg and your opponent's shot very well, all the way in front, yeah, you just kind of want to hang around, see what happens. Rely on mistakes, but get yourself mentally ready, not dwell on the current leg. Don't get frustrated. Just try and get yourself ready for that opening round in the next leg here. So Berto leads himself 43. Going to try and correct, but which way is he going to go? Not sure where that third dart was going. 22 score. I'm not even sure if that third dart was in there. It's not. So 43 left. Again, a little bit of a puzzled face there from Joe Ricard. Not sure what Berto was planning. But this is where the pressure starts to mount, where if you're so far ahead and all of a sudden the other guy starts to creep up, you haven't gotten the job done. Just problems. Don't want to invite these problems. 8 hit. Finds a 3 for double 16 and can't quite nail it. So Joe still can't check out here. 180. This is the one time you don't want to hit a 180. It would be cool. But if these double trouble persists here for Berto, he might be kicking himself here knowing that critical leg might have been dropped, but we'll see. Needs to find double 16. Finds it with that second dart, so great darts there from Berto to not let that one go. Joe sitting in the side there with 120 of Shanghai on those 20s. Would have gotten him that critical second leg, but Berto says, no, thank you. I don't want that trouble. I don't want that smoke. I'm going to get out of here with my leg, which I've rightfully earned, and he has. Joe, 95 off the rip here. Great darts to get this leg going. Bit of a scoreboard update for everybody as we get this leg off and running. Ron Sargent is currently leading Mike Carignan in a close game. Ron's up 2-0, firing in a 71.80 average, and Mike not too far off at 68.41. So both guys shooting well, shooting close. But Ron, after a dominant opening round against Tom Curtin, not looking like he's going to be easy to slow down here tonight. Joe Ricard firing in a 100. Letting that last leg just get a little ahead of him. Not able to really keep pace with Berto, who fired in an excellent leg of darts. But Joe Ricard did very well to mentally reset. Wants to keep this thing going. Keep his score and consistency just low on that first dart. Not off by much. Joe doing very well to split the middle there. My goodness, that 81 was so close. Can't believe it actually got through those flights. Hard to believe. Berto just trying to make those small adjustments. All over it in those first two darts. Only finding 30. So frustrating. Joe Ricard all the way at 225. Well in front. Opposite leg to what we saw in the previous. Going downstairs now for the big switch. So 55 found. Leave himself 170, I believe. Berto 200 points up on Joe. So just going to try and mentally keep it together here. Mentally reset. Come back for a critical upcoming leg here. This one's not over yet, but this would be Joe to blame if he doesn't take it out here. Not taking the 170, just taking the leg. Does very well to find that second dart. Another one. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe he squeezed those darts in there. That's crazy. Joe, excellent darts to leave himself 49. Berto looking to fill this up. Can't quite get there. Finds the big ton, but Joe, 49. After 5 visits to the board here. Wants to clean this up. Wants to get within one leg. Finds the 17 for double 16. And tops has been so reliable for Joe tonight. Tries to go double 16 and just makes a little bit of a mess of it, but does very well to correct. Again, no pressure on Joe with Berto sitting at 225, not an out. Needs a big ton-plus score here to bring himself down to something worthwhile, something worth working with. Does very well to find that third dart. 85 scored there. Leaving himself the big 140, but Joe, much smaller piece of the pie here. Double 8 needed. And he pulls it well high, so double 16 trouble for Joe. 5 left. 1 or 3. Goes down for the 3 for the guaranteed shot. Double 1. Excuse me. Caster math wrong. It's double 2. Actually, you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, the caster math was not wrong. They're actually discussing it. That was 11 and 3, 14 with 16 left. I might have to tell the guys here with my little fancy microphone. That was 11 and 3. So I gave them the the voice of God using my fancy microphone to let them know the score. Joe, a little bit of a calculating error, leaving himself 2. So a rare mistake from Joe Ricard, but it is late, ladies and gentlemen. We all make these type of counting mistakes. Berto hitting 80, so leaving himself 60. Aim high, Berto. Don't hit the... No! Berto! No! Oh, that's so unfortunate. Hitting the 140 and busting Joe going back to double one, and he unfortunately can't find it. But one time, you want to aim as high as possible. Don't aim low. It's so hard to adjust your arm to aim high. Only finding 41 there. Again, we throw it that triple 20 segment so often. It's so difficult to purposely miss. And Joe again, double one, stuck in the madhouse. There was a crowd in the background. They'd be going, whoa, every single time. Luckily that we don't have the live crowd just yet to add that extra element of spice. A little bit more drama there. 92 left for Berto. Can't find the trip 20. 72 left. Chooses to leave himself 52. Third time might be the charm here for Joe Ricard on double one. The most difficult double. Gets another look at it. Goes higher. And again, he can't sink it. So Berto, relying on mistakes here from Joe Ricard. It's one, so needs a 19. And he busts it again. Berto with the frustration. Unfortunate there. Just not what you want to see. Finds the trip. Arms and minds so instinctively tuned to aim for those triple segments. It's hard to avoid. And this is turning into an ugly one, folks. Both guys just struggling to get out here. Berto finding the big 12 for tops, and he nails it in 2 darts. So Berto, it was a struggle, but takes that leg and now sits with the advantage here in this set. Berto needs to start finding these ugly ones again. If you don't win the ugly ones, you don't reliably earn the ones that look good. It's always these ones that you have to kick, scrape, fight for. Joe looking to just relax, reset, and start firing in some awesome darts, and that's a great way to start this leg with the big 100. Berto finding the 20, triple 20 segment, looking for another one, only finds 81. Great darts there from Berto, pushing himself in front here, but Joe looking to have something to say about that. Goes well wide at that second one. Needs a big correction here, and he does find the big correction. 81 scored there following Berto. Both guys scoring very well in this leg here. A little bit of a wayside dart there. Only finding 55, but does bring the score down. Even 320, both guys. Tie game. Who needs 501? We can just start on 320 instead. Looking to split the difference here. Wants the middle, can't quite find it. Only finds 60. Berto looking to find some consistency here. Wants this leg to push the game out, extend it. Great 100 found by Berto there. Great darts. If he can find this third leg, he takes a set, and this whole game just goes out further, and you never know. The hours start getting later, more darts being thrown. Guys who come out of the gate swinging might get tired. We're looking to try and make a correction off of that one. Can't drop it down, goes higher, 45 pounds. So Joe not far away, 236. Big visit here, puts him in range. Joe looking to make that small correction, does find it. Can't find the second one, but the big ton will put him at 136, which is a very nice out. Berto needs at least one big triple here to try and make something better of it. Can't quite do it. 51 found at an out. 124 is a good one. 136 is a good one too. Won't go for Joe here. Wants 100. Don't hit the 140. Aim up. Aim up. Aim high. Joe does, leaving himself 36. Berto, 1-2-4. 104 left. Needs trip 18. Elects to stay on the 20s and finds the trip 19. Not the preferred way to go. That might be a 5, actually, given the camera angle. Leaves himself 42. Joe to tie the set. Double 18, just high. Oh, getting closer. And he pulls it high again. Double trouble for Joe. Ricard continues. And Berto, big opportunity here to correct. 42 down to 32. 2 darts at it. Needs to pull it inside. Walk it in. And walks it too far in. Frustration on the face of Berto there. He knows that was a big dart. Joe Ricard, 3 more opportunities to push this leg all the way. And it's found. Joe Ricard has tied this set. We have had 2 back-to-back sets that have gone the distance. Nothing is coming easy for either guy. But Joe critically will have the throw for this final leg here in this set. Can he take advantage of it? Unfortunately, can only walk away off the line with 45 here. Berto looking to punish. Needs to walk it up. Can't quite do it, so both guys 45 off the line. Nervy darts here. Joe knows that he can book his way to the finals with a big round, big darts. Berto looking to keep his night alive. Can't find the switch down to the 19, but keeps it all in the big segments. Berto looking to try and find it. He does. Looks like a 100 punched in there by Berto. So pressure on now for Joe to follow. Joe is defending his throw here. Berto looking to break. Just below and just outside. First 2 darts just not cooperating. Joe Ricard starting to falter, starting to slow down a little bit. Not something that we're used to seeing from Joe and Berto. Finding that extra gear at just the right time. Big darts, big moments. It's what the best players look to do, is deliver the goods when it matters most. Joe, it's just not working. It's just kind of remarkable to see. Unfortunate for Joe. Looks like only 26 found, but Berto, big opportunity here to just keep pushing the ball forward. Wants a little bit of a bigger ball than that. Can't quite find the big red dodgeball, inflatable beach ball. Can only find a little tennis ball there. Wants something bigger. And here we go. Problems that Berto might have invited Joe. If he finds another one, all of a sudden this leg is starting to look a little different. 140 fired in there from Joe Ricard down to 186, leapfrogging Berto. Berto looking to keep this alive. This is his night on the line if he can find the darts in this leg. Joe Ricard looking to close the door, slam it shut. But Berto is first down to a big out. 160 remaining. Joe Ricard 186. No out. Needs to knock it down. Give himself something better than 160. Wants a ton at the very least. Can't do it, so only 126 remaining for Joe. A little bit of an awkward out. Berto, 160. This would be a monster take. Unfortunately, all over it there. And looks like he pulls it just outside at that third one. 45 found, 126 for Joe Ricard. Which way is he going to go? Awkward out here. Finds 19. Finds another 19. So, again, unfortunate. Wanted to trip 19. Leave himself the bullseye. And it looks like that may be in the single 7. It is. So 29 found there. Another opportunity for Berto. 115. Certainly gettable. What can Berto do? 95 needs trip 19. That is the wrong dart. Unfortunately, does very well to hit the 95 to leave himself 20, but Joe all of a sudden has the opportunity, 97. Berto says that Joe can't do it. Can Joe deliver? A little bit of a reset here on the line. Pause. He thinks about it. Finds the big 7, so 90 remaining. All hope is not lost. Has to go upstairs for the 18s. And he's just wide by a millimeter. Wrong side of the wire. 10 scored. 87 remaining for Joe. And Joe nails 51 to leave himself 36. Berto, double 10 to extend the game. Outside, needs to bring it in. For the game, Berto, to extend it. It looks like that may not be in. It might be in. I'm not sure. He does find it. Berto takes the set. Extends the game. It seemed like all was lost there for Berto with those first 2 darts just wide, but he does manage to pip that set. Great darts there. These guys are duking it out here. Nothing is coming easy. Both of the previous sets have gone the distance. And it looks like those guys are taking a little bit of a quick break here, a little bit of a breather. Can't say I blame them. And while they're taking a quick break here, we're going to jump back over to, hey, looking to dress a little bit warmer this winter. Want some really cool t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, hats. If you want to support the WPL directly and look good doing it, please support the companies that support us. U.S. Sports and Apparel has been really good to us. They've helped us get our merchandise store up and going here. So again, scan that QR code and it'll take you directly to the WPL merch store. Tons of sizes, tons of colors available. So go check them out, guys. Again, all the proceeds go directly back to WPL and contribute to the Season 3 prize pool, so the players will get a benefit of that as well. And it looks like Joe and Berto still taking a little bit of a break. We'll debate whether we go to commercial or not here. Again, that was quite the battle there between these guys. Joe coming back. I can see him on my side here. We go back to the board there. A little bit of a break. So we are going to go to commercial very quickly. We will be back very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, both these guys are back. They're there. They're ready. Took a little bit of a break there. Man, this game has gone the distance here, and this is the type of stuff that we wanted to see here at the WPL Season 3 with the extended format. All of a sudden really opens the door for these types of just grueling games where it extends out, really comes down to a battle of attrition, a battle of wills, who has the greater mental strength there. So far, this has gone the distance and showed us pretty much a little bit of everything here. Good scoring, good outs, good takes, drama. What more can you ask for? Night of darts. 95 fired in there by Berto. Great stuff, great start. Already just about to pass 300 mark here at 2 visits. Joe Ricard started off again. Very, very strong, but the doubles have been his downfall. The scoring has been there so far this game, but double trouble, not finding the scoring when he needs to. Berto really picking up the pace, finding the darts. Again, Berto's always had these darts in him. It's just the consistency, and can he keep it together in critical moments? And so far the answer has been yes. Joe does not want to let this game spiral out. Wants to try and keep it under wraps, keep it together. 45 found, not the scoring that we're used to seeing from Joe Ricard. And Berto pushing ahead, causing problems for Joe. Scoreboard update here. Mike Carignan has found a set against Ron Sargent. So that game 2-1 in Ron's favor. Ron looking to close it out to go to the finals for back-to-back weeks. And Berto looking to keep his night alive. Already done very well to secure himself points. His first points of this season. Wants to go all the way. Land those big points. Solid 100 there fired by Joe. Berto 170. Well, unfortunately, can't add that feather to his cap tonight. But, again, Berto playing very well. Had a really good opening win against Nick Soldo. Nick, unfortunately, not able to lock in any points after 2 weeks. He's the only player to not lock in points after 2 weeks, but many more opportunities to come. Joe, not really able to find big visits anymore. Starting to elude him. Starting to become tougher. Berto correcting that dart, making sure it's sitting in his hand perfectly. So 80 scored, 46 remaining. Joe not working with an out all the way back at 166. Berto not finding what he was aiming for there. Unfortunately, finding that 11 with that third dart. 35 left, but he will be coming back. Joe just trying to correct down, goes well high. Wants to work his way down to the 17s, it looked like, but finds his way into that trip 9 segment. So Berto in big opportunity here to really push ahead. Anytime you have the opportunity to open a set with a leg, double 16, just less pressure that you put on yourself later down the line, and Berto can't get it done here with those darts. Joe working with 1-3-2. Lining up here. Can't find the bull. Wanted to go bull, bull, double 16. That's the normal way to go. Unfortunately, that dart lands in the 3 segment, so finds that trip 19 correction. 60 scored. 80 scored in total for that round, so he will leave himself 52. But Berto wants to get it done here in a great position to really nab himself a leg. Wants to do it no trouble. Berto needs to walk it inside. A little bit more. And he just can't bring it in when he needs to, all wide. And all of a sudden, again, opportunities for Joe, and maybe, just maybe, he might not have earned them, but double 16, not as reliable as double 20 for Joe tonight. And again, proving to be his kryptonite, Joe has been nailing double 20 almost every single time that he's left it, but double 16 for whatever, just not his number tonight. More chances for Berto. Finds it with that second dart, so the first leg of this 4th set goes to Berto Santos, and all of a sudden, what looked like Berto's night coming to a close, new life being found, Berto surging, resurging, really. Pushing Joe to his absolute limit here. Joe looking to just try and keep it together, keep things steady. Again, the scoring has been his main boon. He just wants to kind of be able to fall back on it, lean on it. And that's a great visit there, 140. Fired in from Joe. Looks like they were all right on the left edge there of that 20 segment. Wow. Berto only able to nab a 40 there. Unfortunate start. So Joe really trying to run away with it now. And Joe trying to defend his throw here. Berto holding his throw in that previous leg, doing very well to do so. But since this is Berto's, I believe it's Berto's set. Naturally, if we follow the course there, Berto defending his throw, he will take this set and force a deciding one. We have yet to go all the way here in Season 3. Joe looking to absolutely not have that happen. He wants to close this out right here, right now, but the dart's just going left, right, not really cooperating, and shocking to see almost. Berto not able to find anything more than 40 there. Unfortunate. Joe looking to keep it going here. Already has a good gap built up. Some distance there. That dart's in there. 2 darts in there. Come on, fill it up. And a clattering of flights and a dart pushed wide. 121 punched in there from Joe Ricard, dropping his score down to 171. Berto needs a big score of his own to try and keep pace. Joe hoping and praying that Berto can't find a big triple 20. Won't go. So while he's not at an out, folks, Joe Ricard looking to fire back and defend his leg here, his throw. Well, there's the one taken care of. Don't have to worry about that. Would love a trip 20. And he does find the 81, dropping his score down to 90. 3-3-1. Berto well outside, well behind. That hasn't stopped Berto before, though. And that first one's going to be, oh, come on, Berto. No, Berto. The big thumbs up from Joe in the background. That would have been tremendous. But unfortunately not in the cards here. Joe Ricard working with 90. Probably going to go the 18s route. No need to go 20s. Going to correct across now. Down to 16s. 4. Oh. I don't think he was actually at and out there. 50 scored. Just looking to... Caster math got the best of me again tonight. But the last time I wasn't wrong. Thought I was crazy there, thinking I didn't know what double 1 and double 2 were worth. Only 85 there from Berto. Joe doing very well to leave himself 40. A little bit of a mental refocus there. Deep breath. This has been so reliable for Joe. And well low, actually. Quite surprising there on that attempt. Joe needs to bring it inside. It looks like he does find it with the third one. So Joe firing back, defending his throw here. Tied set here, 1 leg apiece. Berto not too far back, 1-2-1, but half step behind compounds, and all of a sudden a leg in the ledger books for Joe. Berto doing very well to get off the line in a hurry. Nice ton there to open things up for us. Joe looking to try and follow. That first dart is a great guide. Certainly wants more. So both guys go blow for blow here. Tons apiece. No room between them. That's really been the course of the second half of this game. So close, neck and neck. Joe walked away to a comfortable opening set, but Berto has made life considerably more difficult for Joe. What can Joe do here to follow up? Big opportunity to really generate a massive lead. Might be blocked, might stay there. He does stay there and finds the 100. So back-to-back tons there for Joe Ricard. Berto, 50, 5 points back. Needs to start racking them up. Does very well to grab it. Critical third dart there for Berto. So close, the margins between these guys right now. These are nervy darts that are being thrown. Both guys feeling it. Long format, the pressure. Becomes a grueling battle of attrition between these guys. Mentally, physically. Who's going to make a mistake? Who's going to blink? Both guys have certainly answered the question that they're up for it. Just who's going to blink first? Berto only finding 45 there, drops the score down to 230, but Joe needs to prove to Berto that he's earned the right to be in the lead, and unfortunately the darts are having their say in this. Only 40 found. The darts denying Joe Ricard. What looked to be a 60 there, Berto taking a breath. He knows that was a little bit of a gift there. Wants to bring it down, wants at least 60. Does find the 60. Leaves himself the big 170 take, the big fish. 216 left for Joe. Not an out. Needs at least 100. Wants to go over the top there on that second dart. Just can't find it. So Joe will leave himself 156. It's gettable, but it's tough. Same thing with the big fish. Berto, can you deliver? And unfortunately, the boat is not big enough. We're going to need a bigger boat for that fish in that water. But 170 knocked down to 100. Things are looking pretty good for Berto here in this leg. Joe, this would be a massive take, and off the first dart, won't go. Finding 42 there, so knocking it down, not by a lot, won't be happy with that. Berto, 70 left. Leaves himself 52. Big, oh, looks like it's only a big 5 actually, just on the wire. So 47 remaining. Goes for the 15. So he does find the correction to leave himself 32. But it just took a little while to get there. And what can Joe do with this 114, 94 left? Doesn't find the trip 18, so Berto will be coming back here for a shot at this double 16 to push Joe to the brink again in this set. Berto looking to try and walk in, and he does. Double 16 is found there for Berto Santos. Great darts, and out of nowhere, Joe really struggling to put it together here. Unexpected. Berto playing very well to battle. Duke it out here with Joe. The darts have just not been flying in Joe's favor. Second dart's great. As we get this leg underway, scoreboard update for everybody. Ron Sargent going to back-to-back finals here with the 3-1 victory over Mike Carignan. Great darts from Mike to secure himself the first points of his Season 3 campaign. But Ron beating out Mike. And again, looking to rectify what was so close to happening. That's taking a week. The WPL, he was so close last week against Tom Curtin. Tom just played out of his mind. Ron wants to feel that feeling for himself. Back to this game here. Berto falling a little far behind. Joe looking to try and run away, but Berto firing back. Looks like 95 there. So again, neck and neck, these guys have upped their game. Berto's found that extra gear. Joe Ricard trying to close this out. Doesn't want to go another set. Who knows what can happen. 41 found there. Berto 365. Remaining not too far back. Not out of arm's reach here. But those ones are going to make his life considerably more difficult. 24 there. Unfortunate, unlucky Joe. Cannot afford to miss. Has to have a big round and a big visit here to really grow this gap. That will do nicely. One more. Fortunately, it won't go, but the 100 down to 198. Berto sitting at 341. Berto looking to work his way back into this leg, but those types of just close darts are not going to do him any favors. Joe, 198. Still some work to do. Joe looking to try and nab that big ton. Does find the big ton there. Great darts there from Joe. Berto, 296, needs a 140, 180. Almost mandatory here to keep this alive. Only finding 45. Tough darts there. So it looks like Joe, big opportunity to push this leg all the way. Again, not quite there yet. 78 remaining. Finds a big 54 for double 12. And he, so close. Not able to get out there with that double 12. Finding the double 5 instead. So tough. And Berto nowhere near an out here, so can only try and score big. Joe, double 7 remaining. It's going to be his decision whether he decides to go straight at it with double 7 or try and correct to a more familiar double. What is Joe going to do here? Thinking about it. He's not sure what he wants either. Again, no pressure from Berto, 191. Still quite a ways back. Joe Ricard really thinking about what way is going to be the most comfortable way for him. Looks like he's made his choice. Goes for it. Looks like he wanted a 6 there, but it falls into single 10, so he has double 2 remaining. Needs to bring it up just a little bit more, and he finds it, nails it, so we are going all the way for a third set in a row. Going the distance. These guys are delivering the goods, and man, oh man, what a battle this has been. Berto, no more mistakes. Needs to try and find more triple 20s. Does find that. Great ton out of the gate there from Berto. Joe Ricard has to follow. Joe trying to keep it close. Can only manage to nab a 60, so Berto, advantage. Finds a single 20, wants to try and keep his arm relaxed, keep it cool. Finds a 60, that'll do just nicely. 60's more than enough. Joe needs to pick up the pace, already 100 points behind. Might be a single 5, might be 2 in the single 5 segment. And a little bit of a collapse here right at the end of this fourth set. Only 30 found there. Berto looking to just push it further out of reach. One is going to not be what he was looking for. 41 found, brings the score down to 300 dead. Joe 111 points behind, needs at least 140. 100 will even do. And he can't find it. Another 41. Maybe he's pushing his darts. Maybe the desperation's getting to him. Berto. Correction needed. Minor correction needed. Can't find it, so 45. A lull in the scoring here. Joe, opportunity. Big round, big visit puts him close. Small correction needed up. And he finds the big ton. Joe sitting 15 points out of reach from Berto, who's at 255. Berto cannot afford to keep hitting these 1s and 5s. Has to start to motor. Only finding 24 there, so opportunity for Joe to jump in front, put the pressure on, and seal this game. But these darts, they're nervy. They don't want to cooperate. Looks like only 41, 26 found for Joe, even worse. Berto finding the big triple. Looking to the scoreboard, finding the 99. First one down to an out. Berto battling. Joe, desperation, 244 left. Needs a ton. Can't secure it. 184 left for Joe, not at an out. Berto, 132 will go bull first, well wide. So 120 remaining with that fortunate 12 found. Finds it. Aim high, Berto. Don't hit the triple again, Berto. Please don't hit the triple. Aim high. 60 remaining. Finds the big 5, but doesn't bust his score. Crucially, fires into 77. Joe Ricard, 184. Berto, 55. Big round needed from Joe. 140. 100 will do nicely even. The pressure is mounting for Joe. He knows that these trebleless visits are going to start to put the pressure on. 2 darts at 20 for Berto. He misses by a millimeter. Has to correct now. Chances going Joe's way. 7 or 19, and he can't find it. Finds the big 16, so another dart wasted. Corrections further needed for Berto. Joe Ricard, 124. 54 needed. Triple 18. It won't go. 38 scored leaves him 86. Might choose to stay there. Leave himself 32. Goes for the big 20 instead. That's a tactical choice, leaving himself 66. 23 needed. Finds 14, so the nerves getting to Berto, leaving himself 9. 5 or 1. And he finds 18, the bust. Too much, the wrong time. And is the time finally right here for Joe Ricard? He's had chances after chances. One more 15 to leave himself. Double 18, 1 dart at it. And it's done. Joe Ricard nails the double 18, 2 15s into that double. And after a tremendous battle from Berto Santos, pushing Joe to the edge, 3 sets in a row, the job is done. Unbelievable game there from Joe Ricard. What a slugfest that was. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the Marty Cam, I can barely hold my excitement. I'm losing my voice. What a game that was. What a treat to be able to go all the way, set after set after set. So rare that these guys get so close, really find themselves into the battle, enjoying it, struggling for doubles, struggling for points. Wow. We're all going to need a break after that one. But coming up next, we have the finals. Joe Ricard, Ron Sargent. Who's going to win? We hope that you're there to watch, and we will see you in just a few minutes' time. See you guys soon.
Since 2014, U.S. Sports and Apparel has been helping teams, companies, and organizations look their best. From embroidered polos to customized uniforms and fan gear, they have the expertise and the people to do it all. Their catalog includes spiritwear, athletic equipment, and promotional items. From mugs and golf balls to jackets and hoodies, everything is branded to your specifications. For gear that works as hard as you do, trust in U.S. Sports and Apparel to get the job done right. Looking for a way to support the Worcester Premier League directly? Check out our coffee page. Every dollar donated goes right back into the league, helping us cover operations and build a bigger prize pool for the players. Your support makes it possible for us to keep the WPL growing season after season. Once again, your donation helps us keep the competition thriving and the darts flying. Visit our page at coffee.com/WPL darts to make a contribution today. Looking for your next night out in Worcester? Tee Up Taproom is the place to be. With 5 golf simulator bays, more than 20 dartboards, a full bar and kitchen, and leagues for both golf and darts running year-round, Tee Up is the go-to spot for competition and community. Swing by Tee Up Taproom at 70 James Street in Worcester and see why it's the city's home for golf, darts, and good times. Balboni Darts is the name in darts for Central Massachusetts and beyond. From dart sets and boards to accessories and apparel, they're the one-stop shop for any player looking to stock up or upgrade. Whether you're stepping up to the line for the first time or competing for trophies and checks, Balboni Darts is the store that the champion selects.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here, finally, after a full night of darts already. We're here at the finals, and what a finals match do we have coming up for everybody tuning in live. Joe Ricard and Ron Sargent. It's a tale as old as time, these two guys battling it out for who's going to come out as the dominant guy. They are the best of friends. They are fierce competitors, and we can't wait to have them on display for you guys in just a few moments' time. But before we do that, let's recap the night here. It's been an awesome night of darts. My goodness, we're going the distance with some of these games, really testing not only the player's mettle, but the commentator's voice. How long can it keep up? I don't know, but we're still here. So far, the night has been crazy. In the right-hand side of the bracket, Berto Santos took out Nick Soldo 3-1. Nick, unfortunately, not playing with his own set of darts. Justin Burke, Joe Ricard. Joe taking that match. Obviously, he's in the final. Joe took out Justin Burke 3-1. Round one, the left-hand side. Ron getting revenge on the Emperor himself. The Emperor has fallen in week two. Ron Sargent fired in a stupendous 83.57 average against Tom's 79.74. Both guys were shooting lights out. Unbelievable level of play there. Mark Rudge, Mike Carignan. Mike securing his first points of his Season 3 campaign, getting those 2 points with the victory over Rudge. He took that game 3-0. So Rudge, unfortunately, I don't think he has points on this season, but more opportunities to come. Round two, we saw Ron Sargent take out Mike Carignan 3-1, an absolute slugfest between Joe Ricard and Berto Santos there, with 3 sets going all the way to that final leg. What a brutal match between those guys. Berto pushing Joe to his limit right there. Just not able to find those critical darts there at the very end when he needed them. He was ahead, so close, but still a great battle. But here we are, onto the board cam. Look at these two magnificent guys, best of friends, great dart players. You guys know them well. We know them very well here at the WPL, and we can't wait for these guys to get started. Before we do that, really quickly, if you haven't already checked it out, guys, please, it's going to be cold soon. If you want to support the WPL directly and look good doing it, go ahead and scan that QR code. It takes you directly to the Worcester Premier League merch store. Everything has been provided by U.S. Sports and Apparel, who is a proud sponsor of Season 3. Send them some love. Their link is in the description of this live stream and on our website. Go check out the store. Go check out them. They are a wonderful company, and again, they keep the darts alive here Monday after Monday. Back to the board here. Give these guys their final warm-ups. Looks like they're not already getting ready to get this game going. Look at the look on Ron there. I love this guy so much. Saw Joe's last couple of darts there at the bullseye, and he was like, whoa, save that for later, please. Joe looking like he's going for the center of the board here, and that is well outside. Ron looking like the man to beat. The Dreamboat almost looks like he's glowing. Outside as well. Glowing or not, he needs that dart inside the center of the board, so both guys will reset. This is PDC Bull, so you actually have to hit it in order to move on. If both darts are outside, regardless of who's closer, does not count. Joe looking to line up his shot here. Outside again. The beat goes on. The cadence will reset, so Joe lining up once more. Outside again. It's late. These guys have been battling it out for close to about 4 hours' time here. My goodness. It's been a long night. Stream has been up for about 4 hours and 9 minutes. Again, if you have been with us the entire time tonight, we very much appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Looks like these guys just don't want to start the game. They're going to want to delay this out for as long as they want. You know, let's just make it a 6-hour stream, guys. Let's make it 24. Let's make it 24 hours of constant, nonstop darts action here. It's going to be very boring. Everyone's going to quit the stream. And there it is. The single one's found. Awesome there from Joe Ricard. Ron Sargent, if he finds the single here, they will go again. They will go again. That's awesome. These guys just continuing to just... When I say that these guys don't give each other an inch, this is what I mean. We really do have ourselves a treat of a finals in for... I'm not sure if that was a single there. Might be outside. And it looks like... Is that one outside? Oh, my God. We continue to go. Well, this is the game. Whoever wins this diddle for the middle is going to win the whole game here. Cancel the tea. Put the kettle away. Single bull needed for Ron Sargent. The Dreamboat. He finds it. They can't give each other any space. Oh, my God. This is hilarious. All right, guys. We've been at this for a couple minutes now. We need to determine who goes first. Flip a coin. Single bull found. What can Joe Ricard do? Oh, it looks like it's a double. It is a double, so we will have a start to this game. Joe Ricard has won. Well, he's basically won the final already, right? That's all that really matters. Just kidding, folks. Again, if you were just tuning in live, we apologize for that PDC bull off there. That was quite the show. And it looks like unfortunate drop there from Joe Ricard to get things underway here. 80 found. Nick says, what a diddle. We have clipped that. That will be on the highlight reel later this week. Sometimes darts is not about hitting those great shots. It's just about starting the game. And whoever starts the game, you know what? Congratulations. That's half the battle right there. You've basically already won. Oh, man. Dan, if you you've been watching this stream for all these hours now. Thank you so much for being here. 121 fired in there from Joe Ricard. We cannot do this without the support from you guys. We do this for you guys. The community here in the greater Worcester area is just too strong to not be on display every single Monday, 2 times a year for 8 weeks straight. So we're happy that you guys keep showing up, giving us the support and love. And Joe Ricard giving this Triple 20 segment a lot of support and love right now. A little bit of a sly smile there as he goes a little to the right with that second dart. Finding leaving himself 219, 94 average after those first couple of visits to the board. Great standard of play, but Ron, no slouch. Again, the Dreamboat. He is the Dreamboat for a reason. What a dream the guy is, too. Come on. But his standard of play has been excellent tonight, and Joe Ricard knows that. Ron has been lethal. Anybody able to take out Tom Curtin, the Emperor, who everybody, for the most part, fears to have to face off in the opening round. Seems to be no problem for Ron Sargent. I believe that Ron and Mike Carignan, the only 2 players to actually take a night off of Tom. So an elite club of people, but it just goes to show the standard of play from everybody has increased this season. Joe Ricard eyeing up 119. Finds the big 19 there. Going back upstairs for triple 20. Finds it. 1 dart at double top, his favorite. And he finds the big 119 take. Great way to get things going here from Joe Ricard. Big ton plus out of the gates. Fist bump, respect there from Ron Sargent. And after what seemed to be a crazy long diddle for the middle, Joe comes out and speed runs his way through this opening leg. 47 found there from Ron Sargent. Not the type of start that he wants to be looking for. Again, didn't have too long of a break between his games. His battle with Mike in the semifinals went the distance as well. And another drop dart there, unfortunately, from Joe Ricard. Not sure if it was the points or the flights getting in the way, but that's the risk you run with such tight grouping. Sometimes those darts are just not going to get through. And Ron Sargent, are we going to see the big 180? No, we are not, but the 140 will do very nicely. Joe Ricard looking to keep this momentum going. Doesn't want to lose too much steam off of that drop dart. Needs to bring it slightly to the right here. Fortunately, only finding 40. Loving the purple and orange look here from Ron Sargent. Dreamboat looking quite stylish with a new coat of paint. Ron not happy with that switch down to the 19s. Does very well to correct back up to the 20s. Still hit 40. A little bit of a lull here. Ron Sargent will get his scoring together here sooner or later. Ron has been, again, lethal in the opening rounds of the second week of action here at the WPL. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Taking a deep breath, eyeballing his target. Needing to correct down here. Ron, unfortunately, cannot find the consistent 3 straight on, only finding 45 there. Joe eyeballing 315. Within reach of Ron here. This would be a break of throw if Joe can take this leg, I believe. Ron. 229. Within distance of an out here. Wants to try and score big to give him something easy to work with, manageable to chew on. Will go back upstairs. Finds 99. So I believe he leaves himself 130. 132, excuse me. Caster math at 11 o'clock at night. You can't fault anybody. Sometimes brains just aren't designed to work this late into the night. But we carry on. And Joe Ricard just trying to find that trip 19 switch. Can't quite grab it. Only finding 43. So not enough to bring himself down to an out. Ron Sargent 132 will go bull first. Only finding single trip 19. Can't find the trip that would leave himself 50. So having to correct now, do some math. Ron's math has improved considerably from season 2. And that was really his only weakness that he had in the previous season. Made some questionable route choices in that final game of the playoffs against Tom Curtin. Has spent the whole mid-season between WPL seasons working on his math. Joe, solid first dart. Wants to just keep it steady. Finds the big 140 there. Joe Ricard. Great darts, leaving himself 72 right on Ron's heels. Ron can't afford to miss this. Big opportunity. 54 found. Leaves himself double 8. Will he find it with the third dart? Can't quite grab it, just out of reach. So Joe will most likely go 16s first here. 72 remaining. Finds one big 16. One more to leave 40. One dart at it. Can he find it? And just low. Good bid. Just low there. Ron trying to get out of this leg and tie the game up here. Eyeballing his target, and he nails it with the first dart. Clinical take, clinical pinch there. And we have a tied game, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are going to push each other hard, not give each other a lot of space. It's going to be a battle. I genuinely have no idea who's going to take this game. That's what I love about the Worcester Premier League is, for the most part, anybody can really beat anybody. Solid 100 take there from Joe to open up the scoring. Ron looking to follow. Finds the triple 20 right in the bottom corner. Might be too many flights in the way. Looks like he does push his way into the 140, so huge follow from Ron Sargent. Joe Ricard looking to try and expand upon his scoring power, but 41 just not going to do. Ron looking to punish. And that is a great opening dart. Looking for more. Looks inviting. Finds another. Is he going to fill it up? 140. Not able to follow those first two. Just below. But still a great round and a great visit. Joe. First dart looked a little wobbly. Finds a solid second dart. Finds a big third with another one. 100. Thought it was a 140. Looked right there. Ron in the lead here, 2-1. But you have the sense that Joe is going to catch back up with the treble-less visit there. 57 fired in, but still a precarious situation for Ron Sargent. He's just barely at an out. Joe, with the 100 here, would leave himself 160. Needs to try and split the middle. Find that red bit. Can't do it. Pushes himself out into the 5s. Unfortunate, unlucky. Ron Sargent, 19s or 20s, either way works. Going across the 18s now. That's all right. No pressure to take this out here anyway. It just would have been extremely stylish if he did that. Leaves himself 86, so a little bit of math here. One more trip 18 will leave himself 32. Can't grab it. 12 leaves him 74. There, so still a fantastic round for Ron Sargent, dropping his score down. Joe Ricard, 140, you feel like is going to be the minimum here to have a shot, to put the pressure on. 100 will work too, but needs to find that triple, and it just won't go, so 140 remaining. Tough outshot there for Joe Ricard. Ron Sargent, 74. 14 first. Leaves himself 60. One dart just barely above that triple 20 segment. And just barely above that double 20 segment. So Ron, opportunity gone, but a tough take here. Joe Ricard having to work his doubles magic to try and find his way out of this leg. The average has been good. Can the doubling be good? First part found. A little bit of a step back, a little bit of a break. Oh my goodness, tops! No! Oh, Joe Ricard with a great effort. Solid 120 bid there. Just not able to follow the line of his second dart. That would have been fantastic. And Ron just below, having to go down to double 10. And he just can't find it. Just low and to the right, so more opportunities for Joe. 81 average so far, needs this take. And he takes it. First start, no questions asked. Ron Sargent all of a sudden finding himself behind. 2 legs to 1 in this opening set. Joe, humongous darts here. After quite a brutal battle that he had with Berto. I mean, my goodness, Berto pushed him hard. You feel like maybe there was just not enough steam for Joe to keep going tonight, but finding that extra fuel that he needed, maybe it's just trying to get one up on Ron, is just when he needed to really find that extra gear of his own. Solid 100 start here from Ron. Joe looking to follow. And he does follow with a big ton of his own. So both guys neck and neck. Elevated game here, right here at the end in the finals. Ron looking to try and find his small correction over. Can't do it. Tough round there. 29 fired in from Ron Sargent. Not able to hold himself to the same standard of play earlier on in the evening. The big one is just going to cause, oh, geez, big problems here for Joe. Ricard finds that third dart savior and punching in 64. Would have been a disaster of a visit there. Ron would have gotten away with one, but Ron, unfortunately, being punished. Does very well to find that correction. Needs to follow it, though. Get the lead back. 81 will drop him back in the lead, but Joe should leapfrog him here. Push his score further down, closer to an out. Joe unable to find a triple, all over it on both the 20 and the 19 segment. 291 for Ron, so still within reach. And that is a great first start. Just high in the second, but a great guide. Maybe he can guide that third one in, and he can't. Blow an opportunity. You can tell by Ron's face. He knew what he was trying to do. Leaving himself 191, Joe. Right behind his heels. Great first. Would love another one. And I believe he does find the ton, not the 140. Both guys right at the edge of out territory, looking outside, or outside looking in, excuse me. Ron just looking to keep it straight. Might go down to the 17s or the 19s here. Did try to grab that 51 on that trip 17. For 91, scored to leave himself a ton. Only able to find 57. Joe Ricard, 178, looking to just keep it straight. Maybe move over to the 18s. 118, 98 remaining. Just elects to keep it straight for 78 left. Can't fault him for that. Ron, a very difficult 134. Thinking about his route, triple 20, triple 18. Doesn't matter anyway, as the first dart ruins the combination, unfortunately. 114 remaining for Ron. Not able to find the 18, leaving himself 96, so back to the triple 20. Not able to find, I don't think he even found the 20 segment there. Unlucky round, tough round there. Joe, 78 remaining. He's been in this 70 area for a good portion of the night. These 3-dart, 2-dart combos, so critical. Will he secure the set? Just high. Touches the wire. Actually, I think he bends it in a little bit. Talk about on the edge for Joe Ricard. 91 remaining for Ron. Finds 9, so 82 left, 42. Triple 14. Recommended way. Finds the triple 14, so double 16 remaining. Sorry, tops remaining. Oh, he finds it. Pardon the mistake in the caster math. Ron always knew the way he was going. Huge find there. And big take from Ron, the Dreamboat Sargent. Awesome stuff. We have a tied set here. 2 legs apiece. Both guys not giving each other any room to breathe. Joe only able to find 60 there. Ron Sargent looking to continue his scoring. Again, Ron has been playing an inspired game tonight. He's just trying to continue what has been the norm for the vast majority of his legs, his games, his sets. Joe rising up from a brutal battle against Berto in the previous round. Playing up to the occasion and playing well. Went back-to-back. Good visits there. Putting the pressure on Ron. It was a little slow to start here. But Ron will correct. Looks to follow with a lot of space in the bed there. Still a lot of space to try and find his way in. Can only find the ton. Joe, opportunity to grow the gap. Can't afford to have those darts slip outside. Might be an awkward follow if he tries to force it. He does find the 140. Magnificent darts there to slip that one underneath. And Ron looking to follow. 60 found. Wants more. Slight adjustment to the left. Oh, Ron saying no. If you can read lips, you're having a good time following what Ron's saying. 81 fired in, 276 to 201. The gap has grown for Joe. And the triple 20s are flowing. Let him know and let it flow, Joe. Can he find another? And he finds the bull. Wow. Great darts there. Big 130 punched in. Sometimes, you know what? Hey, triple 20. Overrated. There's a big, big button in the center of the board that's worth 50 points. And sometimes, hey, it works just as well. Darts not working that well here for Ron Sargent, unfortunately. Not able to find anything really worthwhile. Only punching in 33, I believe. 71 remaining for Joe Ricard. Again, he finds himself here in this mid-range area, 71. Looks like he hits a single 13 there. Leaving himself 58, so 18 needed for his favorite. Double on the board, double 20. And again, just low. It's been so reliable for him tonight, but no pressure. The only pressure that can come from this round is the mental pressure that Joe puts on himself for missing that visit. 243 here, Ron Sargent. Not within range, but needs a big visit to try and put some pressure onto Joe Ricard. Fortunately, at least 2 triples needed now, very least. Can't find it, so again, Joe will be returning with some comfort, knowing that he's not immediately under threat here to take this out. We'll have some time. If he pulls it inside, he may see an adjustment, but he doesn't need it anyway because Joe is taking this opening set. Clinical take there from Joe Ricard. Joe, who really struggled the past game against Berto, whatever mind tricks or mind powers, or maybe it was just the length and the maybe it was just the importance of the game against Berto. Joe has bounced back. He has found himself in his element, averaging a low 80s average. Ron struggling to get his average above 70. But give him time, Ron. Push comes to shove. Will rise to the occasion, but Joe taking advantage of things now. Joe looking to continue and try and follow Ron here off the start. Does very well to find that triple 19. Ron just slipping outside into the 5 segment there. So focused, locked in. Taking a deep breath here. Can't find the switch down to the 19s. I agree, Brizzle. This is a great final. Whenever these guys get together, magic happens. These guys always play up for each other. And Joe just trying to correct. Trying not to follow those opening darts from Ron. Keep him straight, keep him steady. Can't find the big trip, but finds 2. The 20 segment, which is worth its weight in gold. Again, you'll take whatever you can get when you can get it, and Ron is looking to find more of this triple 20 vein on the board. Can't do it. Fortunately, Ron's mines up in the 20 segment of the board ran dry in this round. Only able to find 80. So Ron, again, building a small little lead here, but Joe, with darts like that, can immediately just negate the difference. One more, there's plenty of space in there. Can't do it, goes high. Again, these guys, if you aren't aware of who these guys are, they are some of the better shots here in the immediate Worcester area. They have known each other for probably decades. Great friends, great pals, play doubles at all the regional tournaments together. Not only are they great competitors and giving us a fantastic final, but they are great friends as well. Whoever wins this game certainly going to get a lot of love from the other guy. But neither guy wants to leave here tonight, knowing that they were the loser here of this final. They want the full allotment of points that has been granted. Ron laughing that one off. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to squeak that one in there. Apologies for the quick pauses here, folks, from my commentary, but there is a massive bug staring at me from my computer screen, so hopefully this bug doesn't jump out at me and scare the daylights out of me. 100. Fired in there from Joe. It's hilarious, actually. He's like watching the game. Ron, let's see what he's able to do. Needs at least one triple to try and give him something to work with. The 40 just not found. Joe Ricard working with 118. Ron down to now 149, but the 118 much more preferable. And the 5, well, sinks all the hopes and dreams that Joe had for getting out in this visit. Does very well to find that. 66 in total, leave himself 52. 149 for Ron. This is a difficult take. Won't go. Difficulty of 149 is proven again. Be one of the harder out shots to hit. Only finding 44 there. Tough darts from Ron here, so leaving himself 105. Not very friendly. Down to double 16, which has not been first time lucky for Joe. Hitting that double 7 corner. Unfortunately, that's not in, I believe, so that leaves 18. And he pulls it just inside. Disappointment for Joe Ricard there. For whatever reason tonight, Joe, who is usually so reliable on the outer ring of the board, has not been able to find much of anything other than double 20, double 16, double 8, proving to be difficult. Spending a lot of time moving across to double 4, double 2, and even the madhouse on occasion tonight. Ron just looking to try and correct his score. Nothing really worthwhile here. Brings the score down, but Joe, story of this leg is going to be, can he find himself double 6? Not sure if that score there is correct. Actually, they might be doing some corrections, because I believe that Joe hit a single 9 to leave himself 9 left. Yeah, the guys are correcting their scores right now, so Joe's going to go in there. I can hear them talking about it. It's all right. We'll get this figured out. We unfortunately do not have the funds this season for the new fancy auto-scoring system that is out there and available for those who are absolutely loaded. That thing is nuts. I have seen it in person, and it is very impressive. Double 4 needed for Joe Ricard. Just wide. And unfortunately, he can't find it. So again, the struggles, the double trouble reigns true. Joe Ricard not really able to find much of anything past double 8 with a lot of ease, and unfortunately, 3 found there for Ron, so 20 bull is the recommended way. Needs to realize that Joe can get out of here. Not sure what Ron was doing there again. Needs to consider the bull. That will potentially save him a couple of legs here. Finds the 30 to leave himself 40. I'm sure Joe will tell him off for not trying to go for the bull later on. That's what friends do. They rag on you when they know that you should be doing something. And And Joe, one more time here at double two. Going upstairs to the madhouse. We saw him struggle before against Berto, and there's no struggling this time. Took him a little while to get around the board, rounding the houses. But again, when push comes to shove, Joe able to get out in a hurry. Just had to go to the last house on the block. A little bit confusion on who's starting this one. But Joe taking this one off here. His throw to defend. Ron looking to try and break. Joe doing very well to find that triple 20 segment again. The scoring has been so reliable for a good majority of the night. The whole game versus the whole game versus Berto proved to be the only real outlier that we've seen so far in Season 3 here. Ron looking to just follow that first dart. Can't seem to find the extra bit of space that his darts need to fit in there. Both guys have been playing for a considerable amount of time, so how much gas is left in the tank, really? We start to see Joe kind of do a similar thing last game where he came out to a strong start but started to falter when it went deep, and Berto really started to try and push and punish, but again, playing up for the occasion, playing up for the opponent. Ron really not too far behind, so still anybody's game so far in this leg. Joe is attempting to hold his throw this leg here, so Ron looking to try and get a crucial break, at the very least a hold. Unfortunately, not finding any triple there. All over it for Ron. Joe looking to just do more of the same. Errant dart there. Big error with that first one. Looks like another one into the one segment. Does very well to correct over to the left. Joe did not score 8 there. That's incorrect. We'll see the correct score here in just a second. It is 83, so he does find that second dart right on the edge. Ron already starting to fall a little too far behind here, so might be thinking about the next leg already. 57 fired in. Joe has built this solid gap and wants to keep the pressure on, wants to get himself down to a good out here. 5 is not going to do him any favors. Looking to try and correct into the red bit. Can't do it. 28 scored. So Ron, a little bit of a reprieve. Wants to take advantage of it now. Can't grab that trip 19. Slight adjustment needed. Goes well wide into the 7 segment. Ron telling himself off a little bit, knows that that was a big miss. And unfortunately continues to just be slightly wide. Not by much. Small margins separating Ron between Joe right now, but Joe crucially down to an out first. 164 going the 19's way first. Wanted 2 of those triple 19's and will choose to stay on it. Goes up to the 16's. Ron Sargent, 200 left. Won't go, can only try and set himself up here. Ron again being pushed out by those flights, the darts. Oh, excuse me. That was a 60 found by Ron, right on the edge then. 90 left here for Joe. Triple 18 in sight, can't quite find it. 32 scored. Leaves him 78. Wants at least a big 18 or a 20. Finds the 20. Leaving himself 58. So 18 into double 20. Preferred way for Joe. Ron Sargent, 140. This would be a nice take. We haven't seen a lot of ton plus takes here tonight, at least not on the stream. And unfortunately, the 3 again. Shake of the head. Ron not happy with the effort of that dart. 137 remaining, so going to go downstairs to the trip 19. Can't find it. Going to probably go back up. Things just not clicking here for Ron Sargent. What started off so well tonight, this game is nowhere near over. But again, Ron opened up with an 83.57 against Tom Curtin. Just not able to find that gear. 18 found for Joe in the double 20. No question about it. Joe playing excellently. 2-dart take there, 58. And all of a sudden, Joe is on the cusp of going 2 sets up. If he can find a break here, at the very least, he should be on schedule to hold his throw and move us on to another deciding set here. But before we get there, Ron trying to open up with some big scores. Can't quite do it. Again, things just not clicking. Joe lining up his shots here, trying to focus up. Can he nab a triple? And he can. Great third dart there. Great effort. Again, it's why we throw 3. Don't give up when those first 2 don't go in. There's always big points on the table if you just stay calm. And Ron trying to follow that second dart. Well, I guess he deemed that there wasn't enough space in there. Goes down for the 99. Good darts there from Ron Sargent. Joe looking to follow here. Again, we saw a little bit again. We saw this again in the last game where the scoring was there to get things going, and then all of a sudden, some adventuring, some exploring around the board. Joe not able to piece the darts together like he was, and this might be the opportunity for Ron to really start to punish. Fill it up, Ron. Pulls it well wide. That might have been the plan, though, going for that trip 18. 138 is nothing to be sad about. Not a shabby throw at all. Joe wants to drop it just a little bit lower here. Pulls it to the left into that trip 5 segment. 55 on the board there. Ron has the advantage here, but this is his throw. He's looking to defend. So if Joe loses this leg, it's not too big of a deal. 80 fired in. Probably wants another one. Not sure if he pushed that out to the 5. 85 is found there for Ron Sargent. So 131 remaining. Joe 200 points clear. Ron is having a great leg here. Able to find that 100, but still well out of reach from Ron Sargent, who's looking to try and take out 131. 3 darts. First part is found. 71 remaining. Trip 17 works. Which way is Ron going to go? Finds the trip 13. Leaving himself double 16. And he finds the big 131. Awesome take there from Ron Sargent. Huge take there. Ton plus every day. The dreamboat sailing away. Love to see it. Big high five there from Joe Ricard. A lot of respect, a lot of love. But again, that was just a hold of throw for Ron Sargent. So now the real effort comes. Joe off the line relatively quickly here with the 66. Ron has to really find his gear, repeat the magic that happened in the previous leg. For those not sure what I mean by a hold of throw, defending your throw, breaking. Every person starts a leg of darts first, and that person who starts first theoretically should get down to an out first, meaning that you have a slight advantage. Again, it all comes down to how well you play, but at the upper levels of darts here, like these guys are displaying for us, that matters. It's critical. It's a real factor in every single game. Just watching the scoreboard here that's not updating. Not really sure what's going on. Might have to pause the game here to see how this is working out. This happened last week as well. Looks like the scoreboard is working okay, so we'll monitor that going forward. The production team, our interns are running around, frantically screaming, making sure everything's running okay. Only 22 found there from Joe Ricard. So again, a break of throw means that if you are throwing first and the other person who throws second takes that leg, that's a break. You were supposed to get there first, and they beat you to it. They broke you. If you go first and you hold your throw, You've done what you're supposed to do. It was always your right. It was always your destiny to get there first. These guys are trying to find those small advantages, find those big scores, put the pressure on. And right now, Joe is trying to match Ron here. 41 found, not the darts he was looking for. Ron trying to scrap, kicking. Again, we apologize for everybody who's able to read lips. This is a family-friendly show. One of these days, we'll have the technology to cover Ron's sailor mouth. After all, he is the dreamboat. We know that you guys can't hear him, but urge you, the audiences, the young fans who are watching the WPL this late at night, go to bed and avert your eyes. Don't learn swear words from Ron, the dreamboat Sargent. Too many words that he's learned from sailing away, sailing on the high seas, trying to find some more comfortable waters here. Already a set down, 2 legs down here. Has one on the board for this set, but being pushed to the edge, and things are starting to slowly unravel for both guys. Scoring has not been there. Consistent scoring has been there for Joe for the most part, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty, the doldrums of these sets, it can get ugly. Sometimes you're not always trying to win the good-looking ones. You just want to take whatever you can get. And 83 will be serviceable for Joe Ricard. Ron Sargent all the way back on 248. Joe not at an out, so counting error there. But Ron needs to try and find something big here to knock his score down to something workable. 40 found, so 208 remaining, needs the big ton. Goes down to 18 instead, so 58 scored, excuse me. Ron punched that in incorrectly. These guys are really testing my caster math, making sure I'm paying attention. I respect that. Joe looking to knock down from 103 after that first dart. 2 darts in there. And a solid visit. 1, 2, 3. Easy as ABC, leaving himself 40. And Ron Sargent all of a sudden stranded on 190 Island with no escape. Can only hope that the SS Joe Ricard doesn't outpace him and doesn't get out of these waters before he does. Joe eyeballing his favorite double. It's been so good to him tonight. Will it continue? And it does. Joe goes up. 3 legs to 1 in that set. 2 sets to nothing. 73.57 average. And we are on the brink, crowning a new nightly winner here at the WPL. Is it going to be Joe Ricard, or is Ron Sargent going to mount a comeback? We'll know in the next couple of minutes here, but it's looking to be a pretty monumental task here for Ron Sargent. The dreamboat may not have enough torque. We've seen the pictures of his guns on Facebook. But is he going to have the firepower to knock down Joe Ricard, who is just firing away? Solid ton there from Ron. Joe looking to try and follow here. First dart, slightly wide. Great second dart finding its way in. Wants to follow the line. I believe only, it is another 1, 2, 3. Great darts, great follow. Ron Sargent under immediate pressure to deliver the goods. But is the dreamboat being overwhelmed? Questions abound. These darts we did not expect to see. We thought it was going to be Ron Sargent's night. Does very well to find that trip 19. The worst thing that Ron can do right now is start getting in his own way, get in his own head. Still a lot of darts left to be played. We saw that in the previous game. Joe, Berto, we thought might have been over in a hurry. Ended out dragging its feet. 85 found there from Joe Ricard, knocking his score down to 248. Just wide there on that second dart. Not quite able to convert into anything hefty scoring-wise. And Joe starting to work on this gap, starting to pull away. Darts like that going to make him more comfortable. Still plenty of space there, and he does find the big 140, 108 remaining. Shanghai on the 18s awaits him if he so chooses. Shanghai being that you need a triple, a single, and a double. It's a card game reference. I'm not exactly sure how the reference ties in, but whenever you need a triple, a single, and a double, the same number, that's a Shanghai. Will the 108 go? 104 remaining, so 54 needed. Can't quite find that triple 18, so we'll be going across. Elects to stay there. But again, 190 Island, Ron Sargent seems to be the only resident. Marooned, looking for help. Has a little volleyball that he's communicating with. Never seems to talk back to him, though. Joe eyeballing, again, another mid-range 70 take here with 74 remaining. Joe has been lethal from this distance. Wants to continue the trend. Finds the trip 14. Looking down. Finds the double 16. Awesome take there from Joe. 70, 71, 72, 3, 4. If it's there, Joe can take it out. Solid darts there. Braun, all of a sudden, under a lot of pressure here to start mounting this comeback quickly. Things starting to spiral out of control. He has taken legs now and again, but Joe seemingly just can't be stopped tonight. Out of nowhere, putting on the performance that we always expected of him. Another 1-2-1 out of the gates. I believe it was 1-2-3 to open the previous leg. 1-2-1 this leg. Ron looking to just try and keep up. Big triple 20 found there. Can only find the 100 to try and keep pace, but Joe just looking to keep these darts steady. Keep them straight. Wants a minor correction down into that triple 20 bed. Can't quite find it, only finding the 60. Agreed, Joe is on fire. He had quite the battle against Berto. He had dipped down into the low 60s. Berto was playing up into the high 50s, low 60s at the end of that game. Solid ton there from Ron. Joe not really happy with the way his darts were going in that previous game, and he has flipped that switch. 320 remaining. Who needs 420 when you have 320? It's the cooler number. Unable to find anything serviceable there, only finding 24, and that happens from time to time. These guys throwing great darts, but we're all human. We all throw a terrible round or two or 3 or 4 if you're myself. Quadruple 26 is always a fun thing to experience. Ron trying to go down to that 19 segment. Can't find it. Joe trying to recover the gap here that Ron is slowly building. Wants another one. A little bit of confetti there. Wants to fill it. The ton will work, but it's a slight advantage for Joe, and Ron is looking to try and increase the gap to something greater than it was previous. I believe it was about 60, 80 points there. Ron unfortunate with that second dart, pushing over into the ones. The grouping was so tight. Just not able to make it work. Ron not able to find that big switch down to the trip 17. So Joe Ricard, 196, already one leg up. Big opportunity to give himself something more workable than 164. Looks like it might be 2 in there. Might be a ton, might be a 140. In fact, it is indeed a ton. So Ron Sargent, this 164 would be legendary if it goes. Unfortunately wide, the big one. So unlucky. And Joe Ricard looking like he's going to go 2 legs clear of Ron, the Dreamboat Sargent. If he can find this 96 combo, 2 darts, the first one's there. 2 darts at double 18. Oh, tremendous take there from Joe Ricard. No mercy, no quarter given. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, Ron has been pushed to the brink. His night may come to an end if this man here can put it together for one more leg in this set. Joe, off to a decent start here, 83. Ron needing to follow, has to follow. This is Joe's defense, Joe's hold of throw. So the pressure is on Ron. Not able to follow, so the cracks beginning to show, the foundations, the structure, the frame of the Dreamboat starting to buckle under the pressure. Joe wide by considerable margin there, but that is a fantastic correction made. Flight deflecting that one up, but another 80 visit there will do. Ron not off to a good start. Needs another one at least to try and keep up. Finds the second one. Oh, unfortunately will not find the big 180, only finding the 140. Ron and Joe having a little bit of a laugh there. Again, these guys great pals. And that might be a tough block for Joe. He's going to go for it. Going to continue to go for it. Likes the line. Won't go. And Ron, again, finding himself in a situation where you almost feel that two trebles are needed here. Again, apologies for the it's a family-friendly show. Come on, Ron. Don't let the folks at home read your lips. 58 found, so not what Ron was looking for. Joe Ricard looking to capitalize by pushing the ball forward even further. Had some good scoring rounds here. Really good scoring legs, but again, some questions. Can Joe deliver the goods? Unfortunately, not here. Only 30 punched in. Ron sitting at 272. Finds that big triple. This would be a huge break if he can find the eventual take here in this leg, but Ron trying to push it ever closer. Can only find 80, so not all hope is lost for Ron just yet. He is within outing range, not there yet. Joe not happy with that flyer overthrow at all. Kind of see it in his throw, and one just kind of took off on him. Joe able to find a very, very nice top right corner dart there in that triple 20 segment. 166, both guys on the edge. Outside looking in. Ron Sargent trying to piece it together. Frustration coming through for Ron. Not able to find the trip 19, only finding triple 7. Both guys, it's been a long night for them. A lot of darts have been thrown. Ron finding the humor in the situation. He may feel like his race is run. Joe just wants to get it done. Tough blocker elects to stay up. It is punished for his choice there. Going back down to the 19s, only able to find 40. Ron working with 150. Now would be a great time for go for double bull, double bull, double bull. Oh, boo. Give the people what they want, Ron. The 60 is a great dart, though. 90 left. Not able to find that trip 18. I think Joe wanted Ron to go double bull, double bull, double bull also. 150 minus 78. 72 left. I don't think Ron knew what he was aiming at there. Maybe a slip of the hand there. 59 remaining for Ron, I believe, if that's correct. Joe Ricard, 126. Again, we've seen ton pluses. We've seen some good scoring. Wants trip 19, not able to get it. We'll go upstairs, not able to find the big 20, so only finding 43. Ron Sargent, big opportunity here, needs the 59, and you feel like it's going to go. Cannot afford to let Joe have a look at this. Looks like he finds 3. The frustration from Ron. Every dart is turning out to be a struggle tonight. Finds the 7. So 10 scored, leaving himself 49, what turned out to be a critical moment in this leg. Disaster for the Dreamboat. There's a storm on the horizon. Hurricane Joe. Is Joe about to let Ron know? 83 on the board. Can he find it to secure his first win of season 3? 80 left. Does he go tops? 1 found. Yes! 2 found there. Double is found, and Joe Ricard has taken the second week of season 3 with a tremendous tremendous performance there, electing to go 3 double 20 to take out the Dreamboat 3-0. Unbelievable finish there from Joe. Great games all around. As we jump back to the Marty cam here, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long night of darts, but it has always been a great time here at the Worcester Premier League. Congratulations to Joe. You've earned your very first win here in the WPL Season 3, Week 2. Ron Sargent came out of the gate swinging with some awesome games, just not able to keep it together, but still awesome games regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Stephen Marty Martinez. It has been a pleasure being your host and commentator for the night. We cannot wait to see you next week for Week 3. And again, as always, from all of us, all the players and myself, thank you very much for all of your support. We'll see you all very soon. Have a great night.